Chapter 1. Ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba. The cries of a young shepherd's sheep echoed across the usually tranquil mountain range. Qiye crawled to the top of a cliff with the cold night's breeze violently blowing against his body. His body was currently drenched in perspiration. At 13 years of age, a little boy like Qiye was using all of his might to climb this mountain range. This scene in the night sky would give a macabre sensation to just about anyone. Although the night was quiet, Qiye's mind was being tormented by a flame of uncertainty. Coming from a poor family, his parents were both peasants. At the age of 7, he began his life as a shepherd. His family name was Lai. His name was Qiye because he cried for 7 days and 7 nights after birth. Today, he had completed his daily tasks. However, during the approach of dawn, he noticed that he was missing his leading sheep. While filled with worry, he rushed back to the mountain range to search for it. After seemingly scouring the entire mountain range, he still couldn't find even a shadow of this sheep. Thinking about the missing sheep and its evil owner, Zhang Dahu, Qiye feared for the worst in his heart. Suddenly, Qiye thought of one place where the sheep might be. There was only one location that he didn't search: the Immortal Demon Grotto. As he looked towards the Immortal Demon Grotto before him, he noticed that the mountain range in the dark night resembled a fierce beast from the ancient desolate era. Its mouth appeared to be gaping, hungering for human flesh. Hearing the howls of wolves resound from all around him, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. The Immortal Demon Grotto was considered a cursed land in the surrounding area. Legend states that an evil demon presided over this location, a demon who instantly consumed any trespassers. No one had ever made it out of the cave alive. At this moment, the sound of Zhang Dahu's whip reverberated in Qiye's ears. If Qiye truly lost the sheep, then Zhang Dahu would definitely whip his flesh to tatters. Having reached this point, Qiye gritted his teeth and approached the cave. His body disappeared in the night. The calm night was interrupted by a young boy's miserable scream. Qiye's frightened voice rang once again. You, what do you want? Ah. Suddenly, the screams came to an end. An unknown amount of time later, at the depths of the Immortal Demon Grotto, the silence was broken by a menacing voice. Good, good, good. My immortal dark crow has finally been completed. Since only a soul was missing today, I will conveniently borrow your soul for a little bit. Ph whoosh, ph whoosh, ph whoosh. A moment later, as each flap loudly resounded, a strange, dark crow flew away from the Immortal Demon Grotto. Fly, fly, fly. I will use your soul to find all the forbidden burials. Fly across all the lands. As long as the 9 worlds exist, I will find you again. From the depths of the Immortal Demon Grotto, the heavy voice came out once again and lingered in the air. From then on, throughout this heaven and earth, a dark crow flew across the plains. From heavenly cities to the most dangerous reaches and secret areas, it flew without a free will straight through the 9 worlds for eras on end. As time passed, millions of years came and went. A new peerless master would rise as another fell. Slowly, the crow would disappear only to reappear later on. It wanted to escape its master. It wanted to find a purpose to its life. From the alchemy god to Immortal Emperor Fei, Immortal Emperor Zhu Zai to Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Tun Rai to Immortal Emperor Bing Yu, all the way up until the Black Dragon King. Behind each of these paragons lies the shadow of a crow, one that struggled to find freedom. As these strongest beings came and went, the crow continued to mysteriously appear throughout the river of time. The crow was not willing to have his fate controlled. It wanted to oppose the most frightening character in this world. And now, millions of years has gone by with the passing of many eras. Qiye, who was floating in a river, was suddenly dragged out by a person. As he was being dragged out, Qiye suddenly woke up. His first reaction was to jump as he was unfamiliar with his own body. Unable to find his footing, he almost fell down to the ground. Ah, my body. Looking down and seeing how his body had stayed the same, Qiye was both ecstatic and scared. Even after the thousands of struggles while fighting against the unending waves and winds, Dark Crow Qiye still couldn't contain his emotions after regaining his own body. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head and found that an old man was in front of him. Haha, it is this old man who saved you from your impending doom. The old man loudly laughed in an inglorious manner, revealing his 3 remaining yellow teeth. His demeanor made others feel that his smile was very sinister. Up the stream, Qiye could see the dim structure of the Immortal demon grotto. His eyes became increasingly cold, and his aura exceeded anything that a 13-year-old child could exude. Qiye took a deep breath and then stared at the old man. After a while, he eventually asked, "How should I address you, old man?" "Cleansing incense, ancient sect, old devil." The old man answered with his mouth agape, still revealing his 3 golden teeth while smiling and spitting everywhere. "Cleansing incense, ancient sect." Qiye whispered under his breath. This name made him recall the sealed memories in his mind. These memories were from a time when he was still imprisoned in the body of the Dark Crow. Qiye regained his composure and asked the old man, "Right now, who has the heaven's will?" The old man was still smiling as he replied, "Heaven's will, eh? Right now, no one in this era has been able to shoulder the heaven's will. Where is Immortal Emperor Ta Kong?" After hearing the old man's response, Qiye's demeanor darkened. How long had he been asleep for? Over 100,000 years. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong has been missing for 30,000 years. Qiye inquired the old man once more. "What about the Black Dragon King of the Heaven Protector Palace?" "No one knows. The Black Dragon King went missing at the same time as Immortal Emperor Ta Kong." Old Devil shook his head. Hearing this, Qiye's expression drastically changed. He looked back at the Immortal Demon Grotto again and finally understood why he had regained his body. "Let us go." With a saddened expression, Qiye turned around and started to walk away. He didn't care if Old Devil was following him or not. After experiencing pseudo-immortality, he knew exactly what he had to do. The Heaven Protector Palace was an incredibly powerful lineage in the current times. Back in that era when the Black Dragon King, a peerless master, was still alive, no one could match him across the 9 worlds. He was respected for 3 whole generations, even though he had been missing for 30,000 years. The Heaven Protector Palace still stood arrogantly in this domain. At this moment, a young boy around the age of 13 and a lowly old man with 3 golden teeth were standing outside of the Heaven Protector Palace. Just beyond the perimeter of the palace's outer city, Qiye burned ceremonial money while whispering, "Little Black Dragon, you don't have to worry. You have helped me regain my body, my life. One day, I will destroy the evil land to seek revenge for you." After the ceremony was over, Qiye stared at the Heaven Protector Palace in front of him. The scene was still the same, but the people were no longer there. Everything had become foreign. He reminisced about the old days with the little Black Dragon. The memory of them building this city from the ground up through their efforts was fresh in his mind. Unfortunately, after 30,000 years, not many remembered the Dark Crow hiding behind the curtains. Let us go back to the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. At this time, the old man glanced at Qiye and stated his purpose, while revealing his 3 shiny golden teeth. "Let us go." Qiye calmly nodded his head. No matter how illustrious or mysterious this old man might be, his origin could not surprise Qiye. Qiye had experienced countless difficulties, and his soul had been trapped inside the Dark Crow for millions of years. Era after era, he walked together shoulder to shoulder alongside immortal emperors and became friends with the alchemy god. So what could actually surprise him? As they were leaving, an extremely elegant and beautiful girl stepped out of the palace. She resembled an angel from heaven, an otherworldly goddess. The moment she stepped out, she inadvertently noticed the remains of the fire from the ceremony as well as some mysterious symbols beside it. After seeing these symbols, her expression greatly changed. Who was having a ceremony here just now? An old servant nearby immediately went around to look for information and came back with results. The city guards say that an old man and a young boy around the age of 13 were here just now. They were burning ceremonial money. The girl issued her command, "Give chase and find them immediately. Your Highness is supposed to go to God's mountain right now." The old servant hesitantly whimpered. The goddess softly yelled, "Find them." Her body then disappeared as she flew across space to find the two. In the end, she was unable to find them. She dejectedly returned to the palace after her search. The symbols beside the fire remained in her head. These symbols hadn't appeared for a long time, so why was it that they appeared in the outskirts after tens of thousands of years? Were they friends or foes? An old loyal servant reported, "Your Highness, we couldn't find the people who were burning the ceremonial money." The goddess commanded with a serious demeanor, "Order everyone to keep in mind that if any news about those two people show up, immediately report back to me." The servant was extremely surprised to hear this. With the current power of the Heaven Protector Palace and the reputation of their goddess, it would be rare for her to show such a serious expression. The servant asked, "Then what about the trip to God's mountain?" "Cancel it," the goddess exclaimed. "I have to read the ancient books that the ancestors have left behind. Something strange is happening." She then immediately went to the deepest parts of the forbidden grounds in the Heaven Protector Palace. The cleansing incense ancient sect resided in the nation of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. This sect was an immortal emperor lineage with a long history. At the beginning of the emperor's era, immortal Emperor Min Ren proudly stood at the peak and established a sect, naming it Cleansing Incense. Unfortunately, after millions of years, it could not withstand the test of time and its unforgiving nature. The sect was no longer of the immortal emperor rank and could no longer rule the land like in the past. No matter how hard it tried, it could neither regain their ancient glory nor prevent their unrelenting and slow demise. "Elder, I have bad news. Immortal said that he wants us to accept him as the prime disciple." A disciple hurriedly reported to the first elder of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect as this elder was stepping outside. "Kick him off the mountain." Without giving the disciple a glance, the first elder continued, "Why would you even report something so ridiculous? A mortal wanting to become the prime disciple of their sect. What a joke." A prime disciple was the same as the sect master's protege, the one with the highest chance of becoming the future sect master. Of course, when the sect master wasn't present, the first elder could still personally take care of these matters. The disciple stuttered, but he was recommended by Old Devil. Raising his eyebrows, the first elder unhappily repeated, "Old Devil, was he bribed by liquor? Is that why he is recommending a mortal?" Old Devil belonged to the sect, but the sect did not want to recognize this geezer. Although the name sounded very heroic, this old man had caused the sect to lose all face. Old Devil had three good qualities to him. He was very good at spending money, lying, and fooling around in brothels. This was why they called him Old Devil. 2. He had not cultivated any methods to the end, but he did have a very shocking background within the sect. Rumor has it that he was the bastard child of the previous sect master. This was why, when the last sect master passed away, he asked for the current sect master to take care of Old Devil. However, there was another rumor stating that Old Devil was a bastard from the sect master 2 generations ago. Because the previous sect master owed this person a great favor, he had no choice but to accept this piece of trash and unwillingly took care of Old Devil. Before the previous sect master passed away, he also asked the current sect master to take care of Old Devil. No matter who his father was, the whole sect and its upper echelons had no love for the old man. They detested the unflattering words regarding Old Devil's character and didn't care about the rumors in the world. From the elders to the lowest-ranking disciples, the entire sect did not welcome this old man without any cultivation. The first elder yelled out in annoyance, "So what if it was Old Devil's recommendation? Kick the mortal off the mountain." His morning and good mood had been ruined by this event. But he said he has the cleansing incense ancient order from Old Devil. The disciple stuttered once again out of fear. Cleansing incense ancient order. After hearing these words, the first elder's expression darkened. After quietly contemplating the situation, he quickly ordered, "Gather all of the elders and tell the mortal to wait outside of the grand chamber." The cleansing incense ancient sect had a total of 6 elders. After hearing the 4 words cleansing incense ancient order, the other 5 quickly came to the meeting. The patriarch of the sect was Immortal Emperor Min Ren, the one who left behind 3 of these orders. 2 had been reclaimed by the sect, but the third one fell into the hands of Old Devil. Outside of the request from the previous sect master to take care of Old Devil, the second reason why the elders were helpless against him was because he possessed the last order. The order represented Immortal Emperor Min Ren. The holder could request anything from the cleansing incense ancient sect. Sitting in the grand chamber of the cleansing incense ancient sect, while staring at an elusive statue covered in golden smoke, Qiye couldn't help but recall many stories from the past. The statue of Immortal Emperor Min Ren stood strong at the highest point of this location. Although many years had passed, the statue still carried an ancient aura seemingly capable of piercing the 9 heavens. Spectators couldn't help but worship this statue. It was as if the emperor was actually in front of them. Qiye didn't know how to describe his feelings as he stared at the statue. The emperor was gone, but Qiye was still alive and forever will be. Although he had achieved his goal and regained his body, all of his old acquaintances had slowly disappeared in the river of time. Chapter 2. Qiye recalled that when the ancient Ming era was coming to an end, and the emperor's era began, his soul was still trapped in the body of the Dark Crow. And now, he was in this new era, an era where he temporarily regained his sanity and control of himself from the immortal demon grotto after an eternity of struggle. When he first met Immortal Emperor Min Ren was still a little boy who was in love with martial arts, someone who had no knowledge of the grand cultivational world. The time between now and when he led Immortal Emperor Min Ren into the cultivation world was already many, many years. Many generations of experts had appeared and disappeared within the mysterious ocean of time. Inadvertently looking at the obsidian-colored wooden stick next to the altar below the statue, Qiye couldn't help but slightly chuckle at the sight of it. He couldn't believe that the stick still existed after so many years. In the past, he made great use of it and disciplined that group of energetic children, including the Immortal Emperor, until they cried for their fathers and mothers. At this moment, the 6 elders from the cleansing incense ancient sect had all been gathered. Even though they were old, their blood energies were still as apparent as a rainbow with bright lights surrounding their bodies. Even though the cleansing incense ancient sect had declined, it was still an immortal emperor lineage. If the elders accepted the titles from the heavenly jewel kingdom, then they would all be named heroes. At this moment, the sharp gazes of these 6 elders were fixated on Qiye, as if they intended to uncover his secrets. However, Qiye remained calm and quietly sat in this uncomfortable atmosphere. Eventually, the first elder gravely inquired, "Where's the cleansing incense ancient order?" The order was extremely important because it was an object left behind by their founding immortal emperor. Qiye slowly opened his palm to reveal the ancient order. He was surprised when Old Devil took him to the town below the Sex Mountain and then ran off to a brothel. Before leaving, he casually threw the order into Qiye's hands. It was unbelievable that a person like this old man would have an ancient order. In the past, when Qiye was trapped inside the Dark Crow and when Min Ren shouldered the Heaven's Will, he gave the 3 ancient orders to Qiye. Later on, Qiye then gave these orders to different people. After millions of years, Qiye nostalgically stared at the order in his hand. In the past, he did not need them, but today, he had no choice but to rely on its authority. The 6 elders passed around the order and carefully examined it to confirm that it was indeed authentic. The truth was that the sect had wanted to reclaim the order for a long time, but they did not have a way to force it from Old Devil's hands. Old Devil knew that the order was equivalent to another life. Thus he held onto it with his dear life. Who would have predicted that it would fall into the hands of Immortal, without any reputation? The first elder coldly asked, "Where is Old Devil?" In reality, the first elder harbored no love for Old Devil, a person who could only spend money, lie, and play with women. To him, it did not matter if Old Devil was the son of the previous sect master or not. Qiye calmly answered. He went to Qiye brothel. Shadows could be seen on the 6 elders' faces. Even though they didn't like Old Devil, the thought of someone from their honorable sect visiting the most famous and popular brothel within a 1,000-mile radius was a source of great shame. And it wasn't like it was his first time visiting this brothel either. The elders had pent-up anger and didn't know how to release it. They could only hope that such a notorious player wouldn't be part of their sect in the future. A different elder loudly asked, "What is your demand?" They didn't know the method Qiye employed to obtain it, but the truth was that the order in front of them was definitely not fake. Qiye slowly responded, "I heard that the prime disciple position of the sect is still unoccupied. Since Old Devil fervently recommended me due to my talents, I have no choice but to ask for this position." After hearing his answer, the 6 elders started to curse Old Devil. That goddamned bastard! What rights did he have to recommend someone to become the prime disciple of their sect? It was an extremely important position, so the sect had to carefully select the right individual. Otherwise, the spot would have already been occupied. An elder spoke with a cold voice. "Don't treat the prime disciple position as a joke." "I know." Qiye calmly and slowly enunciated his words without fear. "However, the person who carries the order has the right to demand any request. This was the rule established by Immortal Emperor Min Ren." The first elder interjected with a threatening question. "What if you used an underhanded method to obtain this order?" This position wasn't something that could be joked about or given out without any thought. Qiye replied in a domineering manner. "I understand. Elders fear that I might have used dishonest means to force the order from the hands of Old Devil. Since you 6 do not trust me, you can send people to Qiye brothel for confirmation." Deep in their hearts, the elders cried out in pain every time they heard the name Qiye brothel. In the end, they had no choice but to send disciples to confirm what Qiye said. A moment later, a disciple confirmed that Qiye's words were indeed true. The disciple tried his best to leave out information regarding Old Devil's joyful and debaucherous situation with the girls right now. Otherwise, the elders might have gone crazy. Unwilling as they may be, the elders had to follow the rules given to them by the patriarch. Even if the cleansing incense ancient sect has fallen, their lineage was still that of an immortal emperor's. Thus, they could not dishonor the reputation left behind by their ancestor. Ultimately, the elders issued a command: "Bring out the truth mirror." The truth mirror shone on Qiye's body. Any mortal who wanted to join a sect for cultivation purposes had to be judged by this type of mirror. It tested for one's physique, life wheel, and fate palace. Within the mirror, Qiye's reflection appeared. It was a hazy, unstable shadow that seemed as if it would disappear at a moment's notice. Behind this reflection's head, an elusive blood halo appeared, and above this halo was a dim light. Both were extremely feeble. A mortal physique, a mortal life wheel, and his destiny shows that he has a mortal fate palace. The disciple reported the truth mirror's findings on Qiye's innate talents and physical condition. Every person had a physique, life wheel, and fate palace. The physique directly affected one's physical strength, the life wheel indicated one's longevity, and the fate palace showed one's innate talent for cultivation. Qiye's mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace silenced the elders. He was the most average of men. The sect could go outside and grab any commoner from the streets, and they would also have the same talents. If you want to become the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, Then forget about king and saint physiques. At the very least, you would need to have a xianxian physique. Your life wheel also has to be around the same level. Your abilities are not fit for this position. The first elder directly rejected Qiye. I am aware of my talents. Qiye didn't want to think too much of it and casually spoke, but I still want to be the prime disciple. You. The elders were extremely aggravated by these words. This person was not qualified to even become a normal disciple, let alone the prime disciple. This was one of the most unreasonable requests they had ever heard. I trust that the descendants of the immortal emperor would neither go back on their words nor violate the ancestral rule and bring shame to the sect and lineage. Qiye played around with the order in his hand and slowly continued. If this order were to fall into another's hands, the result would be unimaginable. Hearing this, the expressions of the 6 elders froze. The first elder gazed at him and coldly retorted, "Even if such a thing happened, anyone who wants to become the prime disciple of our sect has to be tested in all aspects. This ranges from their origin to their background as well as their innate talents. After all, the sect will not allow an unqualified candidate to take the position. That is your problem." Qiye stared at the 6 elders and said, "If you think another sect sent me to steal your immortal emperor's heritage, then let me tell you that I would not need to become the prime disciple. Due to this virtuous order, I can just ask for them. There would be no need to bother becoming the prime disciple. You should know this better than myself. If I wanted to harm the sect, it would not be a difficult feat with the power of this order." Qiye's words made the elders glance at each other. Even though they were a bit ambivalent, they didn't entirely trust Qiye. He is not exactly without reason. Elder Cao, one of the 6 elders, slowly responded, "If the order keeps on wandering around outside, wouldn't that be a hidden danger to us? We cannot refuse anyone with the order, so we might as well accept his request." The first elder coldly replied, "HMPH, this matter cannot be taken lightly." Another elder mused, "From the past till now, the prime disciple has always been the disciple directly under the sect master. Whether we accept his request or not, either way, we must first ask for the sect master's opinion regarding this decision, then make the choice afterward." This makes sense. In the end, the prime disciple would be the direct disciple of the sect master. The remaining elders agreed. After the 6 elders finished debating, the first elder immediately commanded, "Send a letter to the sect master." The letter was quickly sent to sect master Su Yongwang, and the 6 elders received a reply very quickly. To their surprise, the reply was that the sect master had actually allowed for Qiye to become the prime disciple. The first elder read the letter 3 times and confirmed that he didn't misread, so he angrily yelled, "Truly unbelievable! The sect master is being too rash." Elder Cao persuaded with words, "Brother Gu, if the sect master has agreed, then why are we still debating? In the end, the prime disciple is still the direct disciple of the sect master, so the choice is in the sect master's hands." "The sect master is being too rash, ah." Another elder shook his head and sighed. Elder Cao forcefully smiled. "So be it, we have no other choice. Ultimately, if we can recover the order, then we will have done a great service to the sect." Chapter 3. The first elder, while very discontent, still managed to grunt out a response. 3 days later, after honoring the ancestors, you will formally become the prime disciple of our sect." Qiye was still sitting there casually without a trace of surprise. He only chuckled out loud. "Me becoming the prime disciple should warrant a weapon or two for my personal safety, right?" All the elders were surprised to see how comfortable he was under this heavy atmosphere. In the end, the boy was only 13 years old, but his calm demeanor resembled that of a tyrant that dominated one sphere with everything under their control. How could a mortal like him have such a courageous spirit? The first elder took a glance at Qiye and shook his head while telling him, "Although we accepted you as the prime disciple, we can only give you a normal weapon. If you desire a formidable treasure or an immortal emperor merit law, you will have to contribute to the sect." Qiye only smirked. His goal was certainly not an immortal emperor merit law or a peerless technique. His true aim was the black wooden stick lying on the pedestal. While averting his gaze to the stick, Qiye pressed on. "Fine, I want that wooden stick. That wooden stick." The 6 elders' bodies shook in surprise. The stick was only used for gathering the ashes after a ceremonial burning, to honor the ancestors. It had always been there, and no one had any interest in it. The elders thought that Qiye would ask for treasures using his new status, but he simply wanted a wooden stick. This request was outside of their expectations. Qiye spoke in an unrestrained manner. "Since I am the prime disciple, my position is worthy of respect. The stick belongs to the Grand Chamber, and this is the ancestral Grand Chamber of the entire sect. It represents the power of the cleansing incense ancient sect, so it is worthy of my current position as the prime disciple." After hearing Qiye's logic, the 6 elders looked at each other with their eyes wide open. They thought to themselves, "This idiotic brat and that goddamned playboy old devil definitely belong together, just like how an ox seeks another ox while a horse would find another horse. So be it, we shall bestow this stick upon you." The first elder was happy to give this worthless stick to Qiye if it meant that he didn't have to hear any more of Qiye's incessant babbling. To him, this stick was only a regular wooden stick meant to move the ashes. They might as well give it to Qiye. "Many thanks to honorable elders." Qiye was eagerly waiting for those words. Before his words finished coming out of his mouth, his hands were already holding the stick. This action, in the eyes of the 6 elders, was seen as being very naive. "Huern, take him to his resting quarters." An elder finally became impatient and told a nearby disciple to send Qiye away. Today's events had greatly stressed the 6 elders. A wastrel has become the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even if the sect had long passed its glory days, it was not destitute enough to accept a waste of a human being as the prime disciple. Led by the disciple, Qiye approached a solitary peak. It was not small. On top of it laid a small villa the size of 36,000 square meters. It was apparent that the villa had been abandoned for a long time due to the weeds and wild plants that surrounded it. Although this peak was far from everything, it was still part of the cleansing incense ancient sect. After opening the doors, the disciple immediately said, "Junior brat, no, first brother, this place will be your home from now on." He only spoke 2 words before he quickly realized his mistake. Based on the time Qiye joined the sect, Qiye would be his junior. However, because he was the prime disciple, anyone within the 3rd generation, no matter how young or old, would have to call him first brother. Qiye gave this wily disciple a glance and looked around before nodding his head. "This peak that's so distant from the rest of the sect is a suitable location." The disciple smilingly spoke. "It has a very fitting name, Lonely Peak." He peeked at Qiye a few times before continuing, "You will be the master of this peak in the future." The truth was that according to the rules of the sect, the prime disciple had the right to live on the peak closest to the ancestral ground. The sect owned many peaks, and the prime disciple could choose any peak for himself. However, most of the main peaks of the sect were occupied. Moreover, all 6 elders were unhappy with Qiye. Thus, Qiye was exiled to this faraway place, away from the main peaks. The main peaks, located near the ancestral ground, contained a thicker worldly essence than the outside mountains and inferior peaks. Qiye naturally stated, "This place will be just fine." He was not a petty man that would place importance on such trivial matters. "I have brought over all the daily necessities for first brother earlier." This junior brother thoroughly handled matters with ease and experience. After taking care of all the items necessary for Qiye's daily needs, he politely said, "If you need anything else, just come to the outer court to find me." Before the disciple departed, Qiye casually asked, "What is your name?" The disciple was surprised by the sudden question. he did not think highly of Qiye. His talents were lacking to the point that he would not even be accepted as a regular disciple. Qiye's actions earlier in the chamber caused others to feel that he was stupid. However, the current Qiye, who was calm and natural, made this disciple feel perplexed inside. He didn't know whether Qiye was crazy or if he had thought through everything beforehand. This disciple quickly regained his wits and answered Qiye. "First brother, this junior brother's name is Nan Huern. I am a caretaker of the outer court. My name is Qiye." Qiye gently nodded. In the last 1,000,000 years, the ones who knew his true origin and name could be counted one's fingers. After Nan Huern's departure, Qiye did not sit idle. He began to clean up the yard and tidied up the whole mountain. After completing the task to an acceptable standard, the deserted mountain resembled more of a home. Qiye did everything in a systematic and neat manner, slow but steady. If any accidental passers-by were to witness his cleaning actions, they wouldn't believe that he was only 13 years old. The sky had darkened by the time the tedious task was completed. Qiye felt tired and hungry. He slowly sat down in front of the villa. Taking in a deep breath, he took out the wooden stick that was now placed by his waist. He carefully observed the stick that people used to move ashes. His memories slowly came back to him, causing him to show a bitter smile. The world believed that if an immortal emperor succeeded in shouldering the heaven's will, they would become immortal. However, if that was the case, then where were immortal Emperor Min Ren, immortal Emperor Tun Rai, and all the other peerless cultivators from each era? Where did they go? Qiye slowly regained his composure and removed the dust and ash from the stick, eventually revealing its true form. This was a stick that measured 1 meter. Even after being doused in fire for thousands of years, it had retained its original form without faults. In the eyes of others, however, this was only an ordinary wooden stick without any magical properties. Qiye whispered as he gently wiped the wooden stick, "Serpent punishing stick." With this wooden stick in his hand, his memories caused him to feel unexplainable emotions. Back in those days when Min Ren was without the heaven's will, Qiye, as the master of this future immortal emperor, had taught a group of children that would be the loyal generals of Min Ren. Since Qiye wanted to groom them well, he specifically took the serpent punishing stick from the demon forest. Those teenagers that would stomp the 9 worlds under their feet were all victims of this stick. After concluding their training, he left the stick here in the cleansing incense ancient sect, and here it has remained until now. Gripping the stick tightly, Qiye immersed himself even deeper within his memories. Escaping the immortal demon grotto was a success, and he finally regained his body and soul from the control of the Dark Crow. However, time was not merciful. Everyone who used to be his friends and families, such as the alchemy god, immortal Emperor Zhu Zai, immortal Emperor Min Ren, and even the illustrious Black Dragon King that survived 3 eras, have all left this world. At the beginning of the desolate era, he was only a young shepherd. In order to find a lost sheep, he went into the grotto and became imprisoned by the immortal demon grotto. He was forced to follow the path his master envisioned in his crow body from era to era. At that moment, Qiye was very scared. He flew without rest across the forbidden burials, traveling across the 9 lands, across the 9 worlds. And in the end, he still had no choice but to return to the immortal demon grotto. However, because of this, he had experienced the countless dangers and mysteries of the worlds. He trod through lands that even an unbeatable virtuous paragon would stay away from. His willpower, basked in hardships throughout the eras, became unshakable. From then on, he was unwilling to forever stay as a slave of the immortal demon grotto. He formulated a grand plan to cut off all the immortal spirit seals and formations within his soul. In order to escape the body of the Dark Crow, for his own freedom and to regain his body, he continuously led many geniuses on the road of cultivation. The greatest of these young ones were able to fight on the peerless road under the sky to obtain the heaven's will. But today, when Qiye returned to his old body to become human once again, all his friends had left him. Taking his last, deep breath to set aside his pain, he once again strengthened his resolve to destroy all obstacles and shatter the souls of those in the immortal demon grotto. Chapter 4. The news of a new prime disciple had spread across the sect. The upper echelons were unhappy, but they couldn't do anything with regards to this matter due to the ancient order. A useless person like Qiye was only lucky, that was all. However, the third generation was extremely riled up. The prime disciple would have originally been one of them, and would have to be the one with the greatest contributions, as well as one who passed all the tests given by the elders. He would be blessed with the sect master's teachings and gain exposure to emperor-level techniques. Ultimately, he would most likely become the sect master in the future. In the current situation, no one within the second generation of disciples was chosen, meaning that the prime disciple would definitely be chosen from the third generation disciples. The ones that rebelled the most were the most gifted disciples with the highest aptitudes and origins. They felt cheated by Qiye. Thus, the commotion in the sect was chaotic. A few geniuses angrily declared, "A mortal with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace has no right to be the prime disciple." Another talented youth added, "He is the biggest disgrace to our sect. Who can blame him for obtaining the cleansing incense ancient order? Even the elders have accepted it." A few of the older geniuses lamented, but they could only accept the situation. HMPH, he is only the prime disciple for now. One without talent and strength cannot compete for the sect master's seat. Who is to say that the prime disciple will certainly become the next sect master? The most arrogant and confident disciples shared this sentiment. Someone who was a bit eager spoke, "If he doesn't know right from wrong, I wouldn't mind teaching him a little bit." Even when Qiye really didn't have the qualifications to compete for the sect master's seat, all the disciples still felt cheated inside when they have to call a useless youth like Qiye first brother. A disciple curiously asked, "Isn't the last remaining cleansing incense ancient order in the hands of Old Devil? How did it fall into the hands of that little brat?" The fact that Old Devil possessed the last order was not a big secret. The sect had always wanted to reclaim it, but Old Devil never agreed. This was why everyone was perplexed about it coming into Qiye's possession. Another disciple coldly replied, "He, I heard that this brat has some wit. I just don't know how he fooled the perverted old man. I heard that when the elders ordered people to confirm this matter, Old Devil was having fun in the brothel. It could very well be that the brat invited him to play as much as he wanted in order to trade for the ancient order." Here, this disciple scowled and felt nauseous. Hearing this story, the other disciples contemptuously exclaimed, "So he and that perverted old man are the same." Even though rumor has it that Old Devil was a child of a certain sect master, the entire sect did not welcome such a perverted old man that only knew how to spend money and fool around. This was especially true for the third generation disciples. They did not have the slightest bit of respect for him. If it wasn't for the will of the last sect master, he would have been kicked out of the sect already. If Qiye and Old Devil were the same type of people, then they would find Qiye even more distasteful. 3 days has yet to pass, and Qiye had not yet greeted the ancestor. But the sect received an invitation from the 9-Saint Demon Gate. What? The 9-Saint Demon Gate wants to test Qiye. After receiving the news, the 6 elders were shocked. One of the elders became increasingly paranoid and lamentably spoke. "They've heard the news so quickly. He only became the prime disciple recently, yet they already want to test him." Another elder chimed in, "It seems like they want to escape the promise of the past. A piece of trash like Qiye will never pass their test. That is why they want to force and expedite the issue. We no longer have a choice." The first elder reluctantly spoke, "Right now, the 9-Saint Demon Gate rules an entire country. We cannot compare to them, so we are not in a position to negotiate." His words caused everyone to fall into silence. In the beginning of the Emperor's era, their sect was invincible. Their reputation intoxicated the 9 worlds, and their strength allowed them to rule an ancient kingdom. All other sects submitted to their might. No existence in the entire world could have been a threat to the position of the old cleansing incense ancient sect. However, the glories of old disappeared with the passage of time. They no longer had the power to rule a regular country, let alone an ancient kingdom. They lost the privilege of granting titles such as named hero or royal noble to their followers. Another elder asked, "What do we do now?" All of the elders knew that a mortal like Qiye had no chance of passing the examination from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Cure a dead horse into a living one, there's no other choice. Another elder answered, "If he somehow succeeds, then we would become in laws with the 9 Saint Demon Gate. If this were to be the case, then the Heavenly God sect and the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom would not dare to look down upon us." Towards this impossible dream, the 6 elders could only forcefully laugh. No matter what, they still had to try. Li Qiye was waiting in his villa for the ancestors' ceremony when Nan Huern approached him. Nan Huern quickly reported, "First brother, the elders are calling for you in the grand chamber." Li Qiye nonchalantly asked, "Did something major happen?" Nan Huern was a bit surprised, but he didn't hide anything. He nodded and replied, "I will not lie to you, first brother. The 9 Saint Demon Gate sent us an invitation." He paused for a second and glanced at Li Qiye before continuing, "I heard your fiancé wants to test your abilities." 9 Saint Demon Gate. Li Qiye suddenly recalled an old memory when he heard this name. Nan Huern thought Li Qiye didn't know of this sect, so he quickly explained. The 9 Saint Demon Gate is one of the biggest sects in the Grand Middle Territory. They rule over the old Ox country and has the rights to grant titles. Our 2 sects used to have an amicable and close relationship. The original patriarch of 9 Saint used to be called the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. He was the #1 general under our immortal Emperor Min Ren and followed him to sweep through the 9 worlds. When we ruled over an ancient kingdom, even the 9 Saint Demon Gate had to pay tributes to us. I have heard of the sect. Li Qiye gently smiled. How could he not know about the sect? Moreover, he had met the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon as well. During the early days of the Emperor's era, Li Qiye spent an absurd amount of time and energy to trap this demonic monster named 9 Saint, and forced him to be Min Ren's fate protector. Li Qiye asked, "Where did this fiancé come from?" Nan Huern answered, "From the legends of when our patriarch accepted the heaven's will and became the immortal emperor, the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon formed a pact with us. If their prime descendant was female while ours was male, we would become in-laws." After pausing for a moment, he dejectedly sighed. At that time they were climbing up the ranks. "I think that in the past the old chicken had a female disciple." After listening, Li Qiye quietly mumbled once again while recalled the past. He had forgotten about it after falling into deep sleep, as it wasn't a matter of great importance. "What did you say, great brother?" Nan Huern inquired since he didn't hear it. Li Qiye smoothly averted the inquiry. "Nothing. So their prime descendant right now is a woman. It is known that between the 2 of our sects, there has not existed any in-law relationships for a long time. In this era, their prime descendant is indeed a woman." He paused for a second to look at Li Qiye's expression. "I also hear that their descendant, Li Xianxia, has an innate king physique." Hearing Nan Huern's story, Li Qiye had a complete understanding of the situation. The 9 Saint Demon Gate naturally didn't want to marry off a descendant with such an aptitude and potential to a disciple of a declining sect. Li Qiye slightly chuckled. "That makes things a little more interesting." Nan Huern shockingly stared at the calm Li Qiye. He felt strange that an ordinary boy at the age of 13 was able to face everything like a royal noble who had gone through numerous trials. If it was someone else having heard Nan Huern's words, they would become anxious, frightened even. However, Qiye completely betrayed common sense and carried on with his nonchalant attitude. The first elder coldly asked once Qiye entered the ancestral chamber. Has Nanhuern informed you of the current situation? Truth be told, the 6 elders did not welcome a wastrel like Qiye. However, due to the current situation, they hoped that he wouldn't be completely useless and that he could pass the trial of the 9 Saint Demon Gate through sheer luck. At this moment, the cleansing incense ancient sect truly needed a strong backing, such as becoming in laws with a giant like the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Even though the chance of success was extremely small, they still wanted to try. Qiye lightly nodded his head. Honorable Elder, I understand completely. Good, as long as you can pass the trial, we will handsomely reward you. The first elder's tone was as cold as ice, as if to mock Qiye's calm demeanor. Qiye elegantly smiled and politely said, I am very willing to attend the trial, but I have 3 conditions. Impudent, one of the elders yelled, you dare to negotiate in front of the elders. Chapter 5. Any other disciple would be afraid of facing the elder's wrath, but Qiye only lightly scoffed. Elders, don't be angry. If I were to actually pass the trials, it would be a great contribution to the sect. The hardworking should be rewarded, no. It should only be natural for me to provide some conditions considering the danger of the task. This elder was extremely unhappy with Qiye's attitude, so he roared his response. Then wait until you have passed the trial, we can discuss them then. So be it. The first elder nodded his head, then continued. Don't you worry. As long as you pass the trial, you are free to select any cultivation methods, with the exception of Heaven's Will secret laws and Immortal Emperor merit laws. I don't think the other elders will have any objections to this. The 6 elders glanced at each other and contemplated the notion. If he indeed passes the trial, then the elder's suggestion was completely reasonable. The other conditions can wait until after the trial. Qiye finally smiled. However, there is one condition that I must state beforehand so that there will be ample time for preparation. Once I reach the physique accumulation level, I require a medicinal paste of the saint grade. After hearing Qiye's request, the faces of all 6 elders turned sour. They collectively yelled out at the same time, how greedy can you be? Qiye pretended to not hear their loud yell and continued while slowly enunciating each word. Elders, the marriage between our 2 sects is a great matter. If things go well, it would be an enormous contribution to the sect. A saint-grade medicinal paste might be precious, but I believe that it is a fair trade. This elder was unhappy and coldly snorted. HMMPH, you think a medicinal paste of the saint grade is so easily obtainable? The first elder then glanced at Qiye and said, if you are successful, then rewarding a saint-grade paste isn't too outrageous. But right now, we cannot accommodate you because we lack certain integral efficacious medicines for the saint paste recipe. Looking at the elder's body language, Qiye secretly sighed in disappointment. He was thinking too highly of the cleansing incense ancient sect. In the past, its treasure trove was practically boundless. It even contained immortal grade pastes, so saint pastes were trivial in comparison. Fine, I will take one step back. I want the highest grade of king paste. The elders glanced at each other. Eventually, the first elder conceded. This I can accept, but the condition is that you will still have to be successful. Qiye smiled at the first elder and replied, outside of this, I have another small request before I leave for the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Without knowing how dangerous it will be, I will need to learn some techniques and have 1 or 2 defensive weapons. Elder Cow, one of the 6 elders, spoke with discontent. So it seems that you are still a bit wily and trying to taking advantage of this situation for personal gains. The first elder actually sympathized with this notion and nodded his head. How about this? In the inner sect are techniques and weapons. You can pick one and only one. What do the other elders think? Even though the other elders didn't want to accommodate Qiye, they still agreed with the first elder. They knew the chance of success for Qiye was near 0. Even if they gave him weapons and techniques, it wouldn't raise the probability by much. But a bit is better than none. Elders are worrying too much. I'm not that greedy. Qiye naturally knew the thoughts of the elders and calmly smiled. I heard that we have a technique named the invisible dual blades that can be learned in no time at all. I want this technique as well as a pair of blades to accompany it. Would this be acceptable? The elders rolled their eyes from surprise after hearing Qiye. They originally thought that this greedy boy would ask for emperor-level techniques, but it turned out that he actually wanted a normal technique. Invisible dual blades, eh? The first elder stroked his beard. Another elder quickly responded. First elder, it is only a martial technique and insufficient for practical use. In the world of cultivation, even the simplest merit law would outperform any martial art. This elder was responsible for merit law assignments in the sect, so he was very knowledgeable with regards to their manuals. That is not a problem. Nan Huern, bring the invisible dual blades to his peak and give him the best pair of dual blades. The first elder was happy with this simple request. His opinion of Qiye decreased from Qiye's unwise decision. One would think that the sect would want to give all the assistance they could afford to help Qiye, but deep down inside, all the elders knew that no matter what techniques and weapons they give to him, completing the trial would still be impossible. They only aimed to minimize the losses for their sect. Seeing Qiye not being greedy, an elder was satisfied and generously asked, "Do you have any other requests?" Qiye humbly replied, "This little one does not need anything else at this moment." The first elder gravely said, "Good, go back and prepare, you shall depart in 3 days. After your return, you can complete the ancestral ceremony to ascend to your position." Of course, that's only if he could return alive. The elders had great doubts. Nan Huern brought the technique and blades to Qiye's peak right after he returned. He was satisfied with the crescent moon blades. The blades' curves occasionally shone with sharpness. However, these were merely of mortal grade and not fit for cultivators. No matter how sharp the edges were, it couldn't compare to magical armaments. After Nan Huern left, Qiye slowly read the invisible dual blades technique. Every word and phrase spoken by him would be replicated in his mind. Back then, when he was still the Dark Crow, even though he had successfully escaped the Immortal Demon Grotto, his situation has yet to stabilize. Sometimes would still be affected by the grotto. Whenever he felt like this, he would immediately seal himself and force his soul to fall into a deep slumber. He had spent many tortuous years in each era to go to the most dangerous locations. He had fallen to the hands of many masters and had to surpass many tribulations. But because of this, he was able to see many merit laws, even emperor merit laws and immortal methods, because he was afraid that one day he wouldn't be able to control himself and be summoned back to the immortal demon grotto. He always removed his memories regarding the methods and techniques he had learned to avoid them falling into the hands of the grotto. However, the alchemy god and immortal Emperor Zhu Zai came up with a mysterious method that allowed Qiye to quickly understand the truths of these supreme techniques the moment he saw them again. Right now, everything that was pertinent to mastering the invisible dual blades had been recalled. Taking a deep breath and comparing the manual in his head against the version written in front of him, he found that the technique was lacking a certain something. This worried him greatly. In reality, it was normal for techniques such as the invisible dual blades to be missing parts. In the end, it was not enough to reach the apex. In the eyes of cultivators, this was only a minor art. After millions of years, no many people in the cleansing incense ancient sect actually learned this technique. Focusing his mind once again, Qiye finally understood the hidden truths behind the technique and softly smiled. Even though his physique, life wheel, and fate palace were all of mortal grade, his knowledge and willpower were above what all geniuses had. What was even more important was that when he was the Dark Crow, he underwent numerous methods of torture. There was a time when he was imprisoned for 10,000 years without seeing the sun, so his willpower was extremely fortified. Nothing could ever shake it, and no difficulties could ever make him take a step back. He gently patted the manual. His attempt at mastering the technique had awakened his memory of the past, a secret that no disciple knew in the current era. That year, the young Min Ren used to practice the invisible dual blades technique. Later, when he became an immortal emperor that ruled over the 9 worlds, he reminisced about this technique. He once again cultivated it, slowly perfecting the normal martial technique. Of course, this normal technique was not comparable to the emperor merit laws that he had created as well, let alone the heavens will secret laws. Min Ren himself did not want his descendants to practice this technique either. Thus, the technique had lied dormant in the library of the sect for millenniums. No one had understood the illustrious truths behind the technique, molded by an immortal emperor post-ascension. When Qiye saw Min Ren perfecting the technique, he would always tease him. Even if this martial technique was cultivated to its apex and was capable of slaying royal nobles, no one would want to use it. Normal cultivators could only see the external qualities, thus this martial technique resided in the darkness. Even after being teased by Qiye, Immortal Emperor Min Ren only smiled. It was unexpected that Qiye actually guessed correctly about the fate of this martial art. Emptying his mind of unnecessary thoughts, he picked up the dual blades and started to practice. He was extremely strict with himself. He slowly swung each stroke within the manual. Each swing required perfection before moving on. Chapter 6. Although he understood the truths behind the technique, his body couldn't keep up with his mind. He demanded perfection, but it was difficult to reach. However, Qiye was not deterred. He kept on practicing the martial art that became more refined after each swing. After one night, he had swung the blades more than 300 times and slowly grasped the profound truth. Slowly, each of his blades became more and more accurate. Even though he had innumerable memories and heaven-frightening secrets, he understood that if he wanted to completely decimate the immortal demon grotto, he must increase his efforts by 10-fold. No, 100-fold in order to achieve his goal. No one understood the immortal demon grotto better than him in the current era. In these 3 days, Qiye had not left his villa. He imprisoned himself in the inner sanctum to perfect his blades. There were too many uncertainties in life, so he must be in peak shape to combat any disaster that may come. *****. 3 days later, the journey to the 9 Saint Demon Gate was about to begun. Only Nan Huern and a sect protector with the surname Mo were coming along. The Cleansing Incense ancient sect had a total of 6 elders, 12 protectors, and 36 sectional leaders. To visit a grand sect such as the 9 Saint Demon Gate with only 3 people, the highest-ranked member being a mere protector. There were no words to describe this. Before the departure, Qiye looked at the shabby members and asked, "Only us 3? Protector Mo, the master of Nan Huern, was very frugal with his words. After he heard the question, he only glanced at Qiye without answering. Opposite of his master, Nan Huern was a playful fellow. He coughed once in shame and opened his mouth. "First brother, all of the elders are in secluded cultivation. They could not make the trip." Qiye perked his lips and coldly declared, "Secluded cultivation. They are only afraid of losing face. In the end, they believe I have no chance of passing the trial. Me not passing is a small matter to them, but them being there and losing face would be a big deal, right?" Nan Huern couldn't say anything and only shamefully smiled. How could a mortal expect to pass the trial of an emperor-level sect? The elders had the same thoughts. This was why they refused to go, since the result was already clear as day. "Don't worry, honorable brother." Nan Huern kept his positive attitude. "The 9 Saint Demon Gate has kept its distance from us in recent times. This is why the elders don't want to go and create unnecessary conflicts. HMMPH. It is only the 9 Saint Demon Gate. They can't reach the apex." In that era, even if the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon was alive, they would still have to bow down to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Protector Mo could only ignore Qiye's arrogance. He only coldly snored, not bothering to say anything. Nan Huan was afraid that Qiye would say even more outrageous things, so he interrupted. "First brother, this is my master, a protector of the sect. Please take care of me on this trip." Qiye bowed with just the right amount of courtesy and respect, not too forced yet not too weak. Protector Mo gave him another glance and said, "Let us go." Finished with his words, he turned around and walked away. Protector Mo was one of the older protectors, so his cultivation was above average. However, he doesn't know how to socially interact with others. Thus, his position in the sect was quite low relative to the other protectors. Otherwise, he would not be a part of this great expedition that was doomed from the start. The upper echelons of the sect knew that this trip would become a comedic play with Qiye as the main character. If the audience was not happy, death might be inevitable, and that was another reason why the 6 elders evaded it. The other protectors were not willing to lead this group, so this assignment eventually fell on the shoulders of Protector Mo. Protector Mo also thought that no positive results would come out of this trip, which was why his mood had been even sourer than normal. The long trip was filled with silence until they reached the Grand Temple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The Grand Temple was huge and could contain 10,000 people. Looking through all of the Grand Middle Territory, it would be difficult to find a comparable temple within the other heritages. The jade-colored temple was extremely ancient. It was built with heavenly stones and crystals. Up above was calligraphy personally carved by Immortal Emperor Min Ren. The words exuded a courageous aura, deep beyond fathoming. Each word and phrase seemed as if it could erase existences. From this grand temple, one could appreciate the old power of the dying sect. This temple was the starting point for all of the conquests the great emperor took part in. Min Ren would conduct ceremonies here before embarking on his expeditions that would encompass the entire 9 worlds. Only an immortal emperor sect could possess such a temple. Bang! As the entrance was opened, a gateway could be seen inside. Colored and tempered by divine crystals, the hulk was covered by empty holes and immortal emperor carvings. The empty holes were there to be filled with refined jades. Refined jades were formed by the natural spiritual power of the heaven and earth, the very essence of what makes cultivation possible. Its main purpose was to operate gateways in order to traverse far distances. The distance of travel was determined by the quantity and quality of the refined jades. Unfortunately, the current gateway only had a few refined jades inside. Once again, Qiye was saddened by how far the sect had fallen. In the past, this gateway, with its abundance of jades, had brought many armies to faraway places in the 9 worlds. Any location was possible as long as the coordinates were known. They entered the gateway and, in the blink of an eye, warped to a different location. The Grand Middle Territory was huge and spanned billions of miles. There were countless sects spread across 15 countries. However, there were gigantic monsters like kingdoms and ancient kingdoms that spanned billions of miles by themselves. If one wanted to cross a country by flying, it would take many years unless they were an enlightened being or heavenly king. Any named hero or royal noble would be wise enough not to attempt this feat. Plus, the Grand Middle Territory was only one part of the Mortal Emperor world. The Mortal Emperor world was also known as the Emperor Boundary or Emperor Country and consisted of 5 different regions. In the north lies the Northern Grand Sea, the south has the Barren Earth, the east forms the 100 Cities, the west contains the Desolate Wasteland, and the middle was the Grand Middle Territory. Bang! Qiye and his companions arrived at the gateway of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. As they stepped out, they felt that the natural spirit essence was denser than any place they had been to. This was truly a heavenly sect as far as the eye could see. The location of the 9 Saint Demon Gate spanned for millions of miles. It was filled with mountains and rivers, with majestic waterfalls and heavenly trees that could pierce the heavens. There were also marble palaces floating and hiding in the clouds as far as the eye could see. In the deepest recesses, one could find penetrating auras that radiantly shone across the land. One would believe that the origin of these auras stemmed from shocking heavenly treasures. This was the picture of a powerful sect. With this atmosphere and location, it was no wonder why it could rule over a country. In comparison, the cleansing incense ancient sect was akin to a destitute old man at the end of his life. I see that it is older brother Mo, long time no see. When the three of them left the gateway, an old man could be seen leading his disciples for the welcoming party. The man was a sectional leader of their sect. His last name was Fu, the owner of a cold and stoic face. His eyes contained a powerful gaze, and his body radiated a shining aura. His natural disposition was one that could instill fear in weaker souls. Even though he was only a sectional leader, he possessed the strength of a named hero made evident by the aura being exuded from his body. In the cleansing incense ancient sect, only an elder would be eligible for the title of named hero. Is this your prime disciple? That is correct. Qiye is the prime disciple of my sect. Protector Mo bitterly smiled. Qiye's talents and constitution were nothing to be proud of. The trial, it is but a friendly competition. Brother Mo does not have to worry about it. Sectional leader Fu showed a gentle smile. Qiye smiled back at sectional leader Fu and elegantly expressed his feelings. Only a trial, it can't reach the peak. Sectional leader Fu ignored Qiye's sly remark and conversed with Protector Mo instead. Brother Mo, please follow me. In his mind, a named hero arguing with a junior like Qiye would be unbecoming for a man of his status. Protector Mo, on the other hand, angrily glared at Qiye. Chapter 7. Sectional leader Fu led the three into a medium-sized meeting chamber. Such a room was only used for entertaining guests without great importance. For an event as influential as the marriage between two sects, the Nine Saint Demon Gate was letting a mere sectional leader take care of negotiations. Not only that, the courtesy they showed was the same for normal guests, making it obvious that they did not place heavy emphasis on the event. After settling the guests into their resting area, sectional leader Fu spoke some flowery language without sincerity and quickly left. Protector Mo was mentally prepared for the lack of hospitality, so he was not angry, merely solemn. Sectional leader Fu headed straight into the inner sanctuary of his sect after helping settle Protector Mo's group. Approaching an ancient temple, he met an elder. The elder was floating in the air, and a heavenly halo was above his head. While it rotated non-stop, each strand of the world's truths that took on a physical form was visibly covering his body. Nothing was comparable to his pressure. A god was seemingly among us. How is the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect? The thunderous voice of this elder struck the surroundings, but this voice that instilled fear into the hearts of others could only be heard within the temple. When outside, sectional leader Fu was extremely arrogant with his title of named hero. However, he could only quiver in fear right now. He went down on his knees and spoke. Dear elder, it was but an ant, a mere mortal, an ignorant and arrogant young brat that is not worthy of discussion. I see, take your leave. The thunderous voice rang again. It was capable of instilling fear into others, even when the elder's eyes were shut. Sectional leader Fu politely bowed one more time and carefully left the temple. His body was sweaty after leaving. He was only a sectional leader, so he did not have the qualifications or status to meet an elder. Even a royal noble would need to be summoned before they could have the honor. After sectional leader Fu left, the elder started to speak with someone else in the empty temple, picking a mortal with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace to be the prime disciple. There is no saving the cleansing incense ancient sect. It is truly a shame for the emperor techniques of immortal Emperor Min Ren. There is a good chance that they still reside in that sect. A mysterious and noble voice rang in the air. The elder continued. Your Majesty, as long as immortal Emperor Min Ren's techniques remain there, it is only a matter of time for us to obtain them in one fell swoop. That mortal is not worthy of our prime descendant. The mysterious voice remained silent, as did the elder. If there were spectators, they would be shocked by the appearance of the Demon King. One has to know that the Demon King was an extremely dangerous character. Legend states that his origin and true form were extremely formidable. The sect, under his lead, became increasingly radiant. Nothing could shake his tyrannical rule. Within the old Ox country, no one dared to oppose his heavenly reign. Protector Mo remained seated in silence, but Nan Huern had wittingly escaped the torturous room with the uncomfortable atmosphere. Meanwhile, Qiye had left for his own room. He started to practice the invisible dual blades technique without wasting a second. He wanted to ingrain the technique into his body and mind. Over the years, Qiye had learned that it was one thing to understand the illustrious truths behind a technique, but another to reach the apex. Actually utilizing them was yet another aspect. Even a peerless genius with comprehensive knowledge of immortal emperor merit laws could not perform them without excruciating levels of practice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two blades left Qiye's hands and gracefully traveled through the air like a pair of butterfly wings. They intersected each other multiple times before ultimately returning to Qiye's hands. He had practiced this particular move many times, but it still contained flaws. What impeccable swordplay! First brother is so diligent, I feel ashamed to compare myself to your great efforts. At this second, Nan Huern came into the room. There was another teen next to his side. Nan Huern couldn't help but sigh with regret. He truly respected Qiye's earnest efforts. It was truly unfortunate that his innate talents were so underwhelming. To reach the apex, one must never stop self-improving. Qiye sheathed his blades. Although he was sweaty and tired, his posture and expression remained at ease. Nan Huern respectfully smiled. I will remember these words and strive to improve myself as well. He then introduced the young man standing next to him. This is Big Brother Zhang, a good friend of mine. Nan Huern had good talents, but he could not be considered a genius. However, he was different from his master. His ability to socialize allowed for a huge network. He had friends everywhere. This disciple Zhang was very similar, but in his eyes, a mortal like Qiye was not worthy of respect. He nodded his head toward Qiye because of his relationship with Nan Huern. To him, whatever martial techniques Qiye practiced were meaningless. This is the first time First Brother is visiting the 9 Saint Demon Gate, so how about we walk around so that you can become accustomed to the scenery? Qiye suddenly remembered an event, so he smiled and responded, sure. Nan Huern turned around to the disciple named Zhang. Brother Zhang, this time we will have to impose upon you. Brother Nan, you are too reserved. Disciple Zhang had no choice but to nod his head. Unwilling as he may be, he did not want to strain their friendship. After all, he had no desire of taking the scenic route with Qiye. The 9 Saint Demon Gate was the host, so they should be taking Qiye around in order to positively promote their relationship. However, since they did not consider Qiye to be worthy, courtesy and rules were set aside. While disciple Zhang led them around the premise, he only conversed with Nan Huern and treated Qiye as if he wasn't there. Their presence created a lot of clamor amongst the disciples. Isn't that the prime disciple of that old sect? From a distance, a disciple frowned after seeing that Qiye was only a mortal. Another disciple of the sect scornfully laughed. Heh, the cleansing incense ancient sect is only a second-rate establishment. If even a mortal can become their prime disciple, this position can be considered nothing but worthless. A mortal wanting to marry Senior Lai, rotten chopsticks wanting a gold bowl, why not look in a mirror to see how lowly you are? Lai Xuanyan was the prime descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Not only was she gifted in her talents, she was also extremely beautiful. Countless young talents in the sect had her as their secret desire. The numerous geniuses from other heritages that seek to court her could form a line from one edge of the nation to the other. And the one thing they all had in common was the desire to spit onto Qiye's face for being so shameless. Disciple Zhang was even more embarrassed. He could see the hostility from the eyes of his fellow disciples. He started to walk faster to maintain a distance with Qiye, eventually leaving him behind. However, Qiye seemed to pay no mind to his actions. He continued at his own pace in a calm and carefree manner as he absorbed the heavenly scenery of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. Nan Huan earnestly reminded Qiye, "First, brother, you have to be careful. Many people are courting your fiancé and they will not hesitate to cause trouble for you." Qiye calmly answered, "It is only a girl, there is no need for such a commotion." He had seen many country-destroying beauties, so he didn't keep his potential fiancée in mind. It was only a minor matter to him. Unknowingly, they reached the training ground of the sect. This was a place where all of the disciples could enter. Once one was inside, they would truly feel tiny in comparison to the gigantic battle stage. They were like ants on top of a massive hill. Chapter 8. The battle stage consisted of huge meteoric stones. Each stone was inscribed with the words of many virtuous paragons. Mysterious and powerful energies were being exuded from them continuously. It was this energy that protected the battle stage, rendering it impervious to any damage the contestants may inflict. A battle stage of the virtuous paragon level. Even though this was not his first time witnessing it, the battle stage still instilled Nan Huan with awe. Disciple Zhang was very proud and started to brag. "This battle stage was created by our great elder. It can even withstand the destructive power from multiple virtuous paragons." Nan Huan couldn't help but mumble in a low volume. "In the past, our cleansing incense ancient sect also had a battle stage." The truth was that the cleansing incense ancient sect also had a battle stage, but it was not of the virtuous paragon level. Some say that it was nearly at the immortal emperor level, so it could withstand a fight between heavenly kings and immortal emperors alike. It was found by immortal Emperor Min Ren in the depths of an unknown space. Unfortunately, no one knew why this battle stage was sealed. From then on, no one was able to enter the arena. Great four stone golems. Qiye was there, but he missed the conversation completely. His eyes were focused on the four gigantic statues located at the four corners of the arena. Each of them towered over 100 meters tall. All of them had different expressions, yet they were all very realistic. It was apparent that they were carved by the hands of a renowned expert with a blade technique that was very natural and perfect. This was what he wanted to see. After the death of the Nine-Saint Virtuous Paragon, he had never visited this sect. It was surprising to see the four statues after all these years. When Nan Huan and Disciple Zhang were chatting, no one noticed Qiye. A moment later, Disciple Zhang finally saw what Qiye was trying to do. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is this idiot doing?" Nan Huan noticed that Qiye was trying to climb on top of the eastern statue. However, because of his weak cultivation, he couldn't make it to the top. Right now, many students were surrounding the battle stage. They all watched Qiye struggle like a village boy that was visiting the capital for the first time. Laughter erupted and jeers filled the arena. Nan Huan was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it forever. He could not see what was special about these four statues that prompted Qiye to take action. Qiye signaled for Nan Huan to come over. Nan Huan couldn't say no to the prime disciple, especially when the person was being singled out by an entire sect. He dejectedly walked over to Qiye under the scrutinizing gazes of all the disciples. Qiye calmly commanded, "This statue is too high, take me up there." "Ha!" Nan Huan was dumbfounded. He was silently questioning whether Qiye had become insane. Climbing up the statue in front of this many Nine-Saint Demon Gate disciples, this was a great slap to their faces. "Are you going to take me up, or do you want to continue watching my monkey show?" Qiye nonchalantly commented as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Without any other options, Nan Huern grabbed Qiye and jumped. In one swoop, they arrived at the top of the statue. Qiye sat on the shoulder of the statue and leisurely stared into the distance, embracing the scene in front of his eyes. Nan Huern wasn't quite as thick as Qiye. He immediately jumped down, then waited at the bottom of the statue. He stood there, waiting, in case something did happen. He simply couldn't just abandon his fellow disciple. Disciple Zhang, however, did not want to stand there for a second longer. He immediately left without a departing salutation. Does he think that he is a big shot, sitting on top of the statue? This country bumpkin is being way too rude. Ignoring the comments the disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate were spewing, Qiye remained seated on the statue's shoulder. He whispered to it as if he was having a conversation with it. The crazy and nonsensical actions of Qiye caused the spectators to question their sanity. This was truly an idiot without fear. However, no one attempted to stop him. They felt that it was below them to interfere with a madman. Eventually, Qiye seemed to have become bored of sitting. He once again waved his hand to signal for Nan Huern. It was as if a boulder had been lifted off his shoulders. Nan Huern was incredibly relieved that this madness had come to an end as he brought Qiye down to the ground. "First brother, the sun has set. Shall we go back and rest?" Nan Huern was praying with all of his heart that this prime disciple could spare him from further embarrassment. Who knows what other things he would do if they were to continue their tour. Noticing how Nan Huern looked like a dead puppy, Qiye chuckled and nodded his head in agreement. "Your mother?" A disciple couldn't help but yell out after seeing Qiye's devilish grin. "The cleansing incense ancient sect is a third-rate sect. You're merely a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Pa, a dumb black turtle has the nerve to court our senior." Seeing that someone was challenging him directly, Qiye slowly turned around and said, "Court your senior. Don't think too highly of yourselves. Even if a heavenly angel or godly fairy wanted to marry me, they would have to pray for my acceptance. As for your senior, it is a long line until it is her turn. Your mother, you are tired of living." All of the male disciples roared after hearing Qiye's shameless words. Calm down, everyone should value peace and prosperity." The current situation sent chills down Nan Huern's spine. He immediately took Qiye and left. He couldn't leave this madman outside for a second longer. After safely arriving at their guest house, Nan Huern cried, "First brother, please, this isn't a place where we can say and do whatever we wish. Take a step back and appreciate the high sky and deep sea. Please keep yourself under control." "Hold back," Qiye nonchalantly proclaimed. "A general shall stop an incoming army, a dam will deter the incoming current." Nan Huern froze. Taking care of someone like Qiye was akin to finding trouble for oneself. He was truly regretting taking on this mission, to go to the Nine Saint Demon Gate. After the events at the battle stage, many of the Nine Saint Demon Gate disciples were outraged. Du Yuanguang was one of those who truly wanted to kill Qiye. He was an outer disciple, but his innate talents were above average. So many referred to him as the little genius. He had only joined the sect for 5 years, but he had already reached the pinnacle stage of provisional palace. As long as he could successfully pass this year's examination, he could become an inner disciple. Du Yuanguang had a strong crush for Lai Xuanyin. During his entrance exam, she was one of the main organizers. It was love at first sight. He also thought that she recognized his skills and talents since she accepted him. He had great confidence in his abilities and wished for her to become his Dao partner. So Qiye's very being naturally became a thorn in his eyes. Du Yuanguang's eyes revealed his killing intent as he murmured to himself, "This mortal does not know his own limits. If I don't teach him a little lesson, he will continue to think that he is above the heaven and earth." Chapter 9. The next day, Qiye woke up and immediately asked if Nan Huern wanted to go on another sightseeing tour. He wanted to see if there was anything left from his era lying around. Nan Huern did not want to go at all. It didn't matter whether Qiye was crazy or stupid. His intuition told him that Qiye would definitely cause trouble. Going with him was simply masochistic. Unfortunately, Qiye already turned around and began his trip around the sect. Nan Huern had no choice but to follow him. The most important event during this trip was the marriage trial. If something actually happened to Qiye, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. However, not long after their departure, they were surrounded by Du Yuanguang and his outer disciple friends. These disciples didn't see eye to eye with Qiye. With Du Yuanguang leading the way, it was a wondrous opportunity to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. "Ah, it is Brother Du. I have heard of your great reputation long ago." Nan Huern knew that trouble was coming, but he still kept his calm and friendliness. Du Yuanguang only gave Nan Huern a short glance and said, "Nan Huern, you don't have any business here. Move to the side or we'll deal with you as well." Nan Huern's expression darkened, but he knew that the strong ate the weak. Thus he slightly bowed and asked, "Brother Du, what is the meaning of this?" Du Yuanguang completely ignored Nan Huern this time around. He gave an icy cold look toward Qiye that was full of killing intent. With his usual carefree attitude, Qiye stepped forward towards Du Yuanguang and said, "A smart dog does not block the road. If you don't want to be a dog, then get out of my way." After he heard this, Nan Huern knew that everything was ruined. Especially when he saw the thirst for blood in Du Yuanguang's eyes, he knew that this would not end without conflict. An angry disciple yelled out, "Do you not want to live? The cleansing incense ancient sect no longer has the qualifications to be considered an immortal emperor lineage. You dare to jump around like a clown in front of us. A mere ant dares to be disrespectful." Qiye was ready to retort, but Nan Huern quickly stopped him and whispered, "Forget about it, first brother. Don't worry about them. Du Yuanguang is an outer disciple that is getting a lot of attention. He is also the latest disciple of Protector Qiye. If he passes the yearly examination, he will immediately become an inner disciple." Nan Huern's intention was to remind Qiye that they could not afford to antagonize someone like Du Yuanguang. He had the support of a protector from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. A protector in this sect had a higher standing than an elder of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Du Yuanguang did not make a move, he only coldly said, "We of the 9 Saint Demon Gate rule the old Ox country. Even if you are from a small sect, you are still a guest. We would like to treat you with the minimum courtesy befitting our status. However, one of my brothers has recently lost a treasure. This is not a common occurrence in our honorable sect." Nan Huern's complexion sank as he started to panic. "Brother Du, what is the meaning of your words?" Du Yuanguang glanced over at Qiye and said, "In the last 2 days, there were no other guests besides the people from your sect." Du Yuanguang clearly implied that the thief was from the cleansing incense ancient sect. This matter did not only affect one person, because it also greatly influences the reputation of an entire sect. Even someone as wily as Nan Huern couldn't help but show an ugly expression. "Brother Du, please watch what you say." Nan Huern wanted to treat this matter diplomatically, but it now concerned the reputation of his own sect. He would not stand for such insults. "Watch what I say. Your sect is desolate and as poor as a beggar, who could guarantee that a thief did not infiltrate your sect. Your prime disciple is just a piece of trash, so to say that your sect recruited thieves would not be unreasonable." Nan Huern's face reddened with rage. As a person who truly cared for his sect, he could not stand for this mockery, so he replied, "Brother Du, we want to meet with sectional leader Fu of your sect. No matter what happens, we demand an answer from your sect regarding this baseless accusation." Du Yuanguang exploded in laughter for a while before he confidently replied, "Meet sectional leader Fu." "Nan Huern, it's not that I don't want to reserve some dignity for you, but you and this trash do not have the qualifications to request a meeting with sectional leader Fu. Our sectional leaders are capable of being bestowed the title of named hero, and it is unknown whether your elders are capable of the same feat." Maybe your elders are qualified to meet with sectional leader Fu, but you and this trash, don't even think about it. After he finished his speech, Du Yuanguang coldly stared at Qiye. The other disciples clapped in agreement and started to taunt Qiye with nasty words again. Nan Huan was shaking from anger, but Qiye maintained his composure and carefully retorted, "To me, it doesn't matter if this plan stems from you, the leader, or even your protector. To be frank, it is because you are smitten with your senior. I think her name was Lai Xuanyan. Even though I have never seen her before, you are too petty. The engagement of your prime descendant, Lai Xuanyan, is merely a one-sided affair. Because I respect your sect's current status, I would consider having her as a maid. And as for you," Qiye continued, "you are too naive. If your goddess had such talents, she wouldn't put you in her sight. I already don't care for her, so why would you try to compete with me for her like a fool? Get out of the way. You should find a place with shade and take a break to cool off your hot head. You bastard. If you want to die this badly, I'll gladly show you to your death." Du Yuanguang, enraged by those words, summoned his sword as well as his aura. "Du Yuanguang, if you want to fight, I will not turn a blind eye." Having witnessed Qiye's bravery, Nan Huan, who was burning with rage, felt a lot better. However, he knew that Qiye had never cultivated before, so he immediately stood guard in front of him. "Fine, I will take care of you first, then I'll kill the little bastard." Fiery anger was being exuded from Du Yuanguang's eyes. To him, Lai Xuanyan was an untouchable goddess, yet Qiye dared to insult her. Qiye slowly pushed Nan Huan back and calmly said, "Huan, if someone wants to take my life, I'll be the one to put an end to him. You should stand back and watch." "Good, good, excellent." Du Yuanguang was no longer angry and instead burst out into laughter. "This is the funniest thing I have ever heard. A piece of trash like you wants to kill someone who is at the provisional palace stage like me. So be it, I will give you a chance to fight." Knowing that he was a mortal, everyone knew that Qiye could not use any merit laws. The other disciples pitied Qiye. Martial techniques versus merit laws. You don't even know the basics, yet your arrogance is through the roof. It is such a pity. Qiye could not be bothered by such comments. He calmly stated, "That is fine, everyone can witness this battle." With that said, he walked towards the battle stage. "You can't." Nan Huan was filled with fear. He grabbed Qiye and said, "First brother, this is impossible. Du Yuanguang has reached the pinnacle of the provisional palace stage. You cannot be his match." "It's fine. He's only at provisional palace and not royal noble. And even if a royal noble of the 9 Saint Demon Gate dares to mess with me, I would mince him into tiny pieces all the same depending on my mood." Qiye lightly smirked, then pushed Nan Huan away. Nan Huan's head started to hurt. His first thought was that his first brother had gone senile. Qiye had only joined the sect for a few days and had yet to begin practicing even the most basic of cultivation techniques. He only had access to the invisible dual blades martial technique. A person who only practiced martial arts could not fight against a cultivator. Comparing martial techniques to merit laws was the same as comparing the heaven and earth. Not to mention, Du Yuanguang was also an expert at the provisional palace stage. Nan Huan regained his wits and immediately went to find his master, Protector Mo. He knew that if this fight takes place, only death would be the result. Chapter 10. The news of Qiye and Du Yuanguang's fight was intentionally spread by the disciples of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Word of this quickly traveled throughout the entire sect. Du Yuanguang possessed considerable influence and was fairly popular within the sect for reaching provisional palace in just 5 years after he was admitted. Here, he was considered a genius. At the current cleansing incense ancient sect, he would be a genius among geniuses. Even the seniors who heard about this challenge were surprised, challenging Du Yuanguang. Some of the disciples who had never heard of Qiye were quite intrigued. He is the latest disciple of Protector Qiye. Even though his golden wolf physique has only reached Haoshan, it is still a formidable type of physique. What is the current cultivation of the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect? A disciple mockingly answered, Senior Sheng worries too much. That sect is average at best and without any experts. Their prime disciple is a piece of trash with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. He had only joined the cleansing incense ancient sect for 2 days, so he only had the time to practice martial techniques. Even the most elementary merit laws elude him. After hearing this news, the seniors who didn't know Qiye before became even more perplexed. A martial artist challenging a cultivator. He must be tired of living. This is the same as a calf not being afraid of a tiger. How sad. A lot of the seniors lost their interest because they believed the fight would end after a single move. Du Yuanguang only needed one swing and everything would be finished. This news also reached the ears of a few sectional leaders and protectors. They shook their heads while contemplating the implications. One of the protectors spoke in an aloof and cold manner. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Killing a piece of trash isn't something to be proud of, but if the idiotic juniors of the cleansing incense ancient sect wish to challenge us, then let this be a lesson. This comment caused some protectors and sectional leaders to knit their eyebrows. It was still an immortal emperor sect, after all. Currently, it still had emperor-level cultivation methods, and, more importantly, the inheritance of immortal Emperor Min Ren. Everyone had been watching that sect like hungry tigers waiting for the right moment to strike. Realistically, the 9 Saint Demon Gate only had to mobilize their protectors to rob the Emperor Merit laws, but the current Demon King had never revealed his thoughts on this topic. This caused the upper echelons to remain silent as well. If the Demon King gave the order, someone would immediately leave and destroy the sect with zero hesitation. While the upper echelons were still deliberating, Qiye was already standing on the battle stage. Quite a crowd gathered for this event. They just wanted to see what kind of torture Du Yuanguang would employ. When Du Yuanguang stepped onto the battle stage, a disciple loudly yelled, "Senior Du, use one slash to chop off his head." Another chimed in, "One sword strike is too merciful for him. He dared to insult Senior Lai and our sect, so you have to flay him piece by piece." A senior opened his mouth. "Death is the only result for insulting our sect. Junior Du, do not rush things. Slice off his hands and feet, but do not kill him. Wait for the cleansing incense ancient sect to come and apologize. Let the whole Grand Middle Territory know, the whole mortal emperor world know the consequences of opposing us." On the battle stage, Qiye stared at Du Yuanguang and teased, "Can the 9 Saint Demon Gates disciples only use words? You lot are indeed experts at using your mouths. Idiotic animal, I only need one sword strike to remove your head from your body." Du Yuanguang lifted his chin, clearly looking down on his opponent. Qiye casually responded, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting so much time." His left hand tightly gripped his blade. He lifted it horizontally and pointed the edge towards Du Yuanguang, then proclaimed, "Make your move. Die." Infuriated by Qiye's fearless attitude, Du Yuanguang made his move. A sword strike that felt like it could destroy the surrounding space lashed out. It was as fast as lightning. The sharp attack, accompanied with the boundless anger of Du Yuanguang, pounced for Qiye's heart. Qiye did not take a step back. Instead, he moved forward. With each step he took, the blade in his left hand danced like a heavenly serpent and swiftly deflected Du Yuanguang's sword technique. A crisp noise resounded in the arena, indicating that flesh had been cut. Although Du Yuanguang's sword didn't pierce Qiye's heart, it had pierced his left shoulder. "Insect?" Du Yuanguang smirked. However, just a moment later, while his sword was still lodged in Qiye's left shoulder, his opponent's right hand started to move. In the blink of an eye, even Du Yuanguang did not see the movement of Qiye's blades. Good. The blades were too swift. They invoked mysterious truths that nothing could compare to. No one saw the trajectory of the blades. The 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples were loudly cheering, when they saw Du Yuanguang's sword connect. However, that very second when the sword met Li Qiye's left shoulder, Nan Huan and Protector Mo arrived. Protector Mo saw the sword connect and yelled out, "Please lower your sword and spare him." A moment later, blood began to drip from Du Yuanguang's throat. All of a sudden, blood spurted out as Du Yuanguang's body slowly fell to the ground. Li Qiye had mercilessly thrown both of his blades, using the invisible dual blades technique. Plop, plop. Du Yuanguang's body was slashed by the two blades as they magically intersected each other, dividing his body into 5 pieces before it hit the ground. Blood filled the arena. Du Yuanguang's eyes flashed hints of bewilderment and regret. He did not understand how he had fallen. How could he have known that Li Qiye's technique was honed by Immortal Emperor Min Ren himself? Although it could not compare to emperor-level merit laws, a martial technique sharpened by an immortal emperor could not be underestimated. What was even more frightening was how Li Qiye had grasped the mysterious truths of this technique. Even since that ancient era, only the emperor and Li Qiye had fully understood the principles behind this technique. At this level, the technique could even slay a royal noble. Du Yuanguang went into the match while underestimating his opponent, so he did not prepare any defenses. There was no way he could dodge the peerless strike. Li Qiye traded his left shoulder to execute this move. Right now, the whole battle stage was completely silent. The laughter and jeers disappeared. It seemed that time itself froze. Nan Huan's jaws dropped to the floor. He hurried here in order to save Li Qiye. Not even in his wildest dreams would he expect for Li Qiye to only need one slash to dismember his opponent. Li Qiye was slowly removing the magical sword from his shoulder. The noise of the sword scraping against his bones softly shrieked, but Li Qiye showed no signs of pain. After all, he had experienced much worse in the past. He threw the sword away, then stepped outside of the ring. He then took a quick look at the crowd, and with a dejected and regretful expression, murmured, "It seems that my blade technique is still missing something. I had to trade a blow and injured myself." Recalling what had just occurred, Nan Huan's jaws were still hugging the floor. It wouldn't be surprising for it to be dislocated after staying agape for so long. One blade to kill a cultivator, and he was pretending to be sad. This fella was shameless. As for the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples, their souls had yet to return to their bodies. Du Yuanguang was a genius among his peers, but he was instantly mutilated by his opponent. Protector Mo was the first to regain his composure. He immediately covered Li Qiye's wound to stop the blood flow and gravely said, "Go, now." He carried Li Qiye and left the arena with Nan Huan right behind them. After settling Li Qiye down, Protector Mo just sat there aimlessly. Right now, he didn't have the time to think about how Li Qiye killed Du Yuanguang. He was devastated since he knew the consequences of killing a disciple from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. This was a huge disaster. Nan Huan, on the other hand, was treating Li Qiye's wound with a special silver paste. Next, he applied bandages around the shoulder. The entire time, he wondered about what happened. How is it possible for a martial technique to kill a provisional palace expert? He had seen Li Qiye practice the move before. Although it was admirable, he didn't truly care for it since it was only a martial technique. That is only because you do not understand the truth. Comfortably relaxing in his chair, Li Qiye was pleased with Nan Huan's confused expression. Chapter 11. Although Nan Huan was not a genius, he was not without skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a hall master among all the other disciples. He had read the Invisible Dual Blades manual before. In his eyes, it was only a normal martial technique, but in Li Qiye's hands, it had a fearful offensive power. He carefully looked at Li Qiye. As a wily person, he was capable of discerning characteristics and emotions from a person at a glance. However, he could not see through the 13-year-old Li Qiye in front of him. 13 years of age was when youths joined a sect. It was still an age where they would be emotionally provocable. However, Qiye possessed a calm aura that was as deep as an ocean. It was difficult to describe with words. His mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace made the elders and Nanhuern doubt him. In reality, Nanhuern thought that Qiye had a mental illness during their first contact, a mental illness that made one act arrogant and carefree under all circumstances. However, after these last few days, he was starting to understand that arrogance and calmness were naturally a part of who Qiye was. This is a big disaster. Protector Mo panicked since he was without a solution. The trial is over. We have to return to our sect. Staying here right now was the same as lingering in a lion's den or a dragon's cave. The only thought in his mind right now was to flee. It is only a small matter. Why do we have to run? As the culprit, Qiye was lazily sitting in his chair. He slowly spoke. To me, there is no place safer than the 9-Saint Demon Gate. Protector Mo angrily glared at Qiye. He really wanted to slap him a few times. However, he then remembered that a disaster was approaching and lost all of his desire to teach this brat a lesson. What do you know? Someone who was normally reserved and quiet like Protector Mo couldn't help but reprimand Qiye. Do you think you are peerless under the heavens after you got lucky in killing Du Yuanguang? You don't know the strength of the 9-Saint Demon Gate. Not to mention the Demon King. Even an elder is enough to deal with our 6 elders. The 9-Saint Demon Gate destroying us is akin to killing an ant. The words were humble but realistic. In reality, if the 6 elders were to be given titles, they would only be named heroes, equivalent to the 9-Saint Demon Gate's protectors. The elders in the 9-Saint Demon Gate were all royal nobles at the very least, and the Demon King was one that had created countless miracles and legends in the last 30,000 years. His strength was deep without a ceiling. My dear Protector Mo, do not worry yourself. Qiye spoke in an aloof manner. If this was anywhere else, I would be a bit troubled, but we're here at the 9-Saint Demon Gate. We will see who will kill who. Named heroes, royal nobles. Those fools can't reach the apex. Protector Mo was at a loss for words. This little kid just said that named heroes and royal nobles couldn't reach the apex when their elders were only named heroes. At this very moment, something sounded outside. Nanhuern's expression instantly soured. He went out to check and quickly ran back inside while screaming with horror. Not good. There is a blockade outside of the building. A crowd entered the building, led by sectional leader Fu. His expression right now was very ugly. Seeing Fu's expression, Protector Mo knew that one couldn't hide from the sun forever. He took a deep breath and went to greet him. Brother Fu, this is only a little misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Then you can explain it to our junior Zhu Hui. Sectional leader Fu stood to the side and a young man came next to him. This young man wore golden robes. His body was surrounded by a bloody aura, and a translucent golden light was situated above his head. He was only 20, but his aura was already formidable. When he saw the young man, Protector Mo couldn't help but shiver. The man in front of him had most likely reached the stage of Heaven's mandate. It was quite unbelievable. It took Protector Mo 50 years to reach Heaven's mandate. Sectional leader Fu coldly said, "This is Zhu Hui, the first disciple of Protector Hua. Du Yuanguang was Protector Hua's latest disciple, but he is now dead. Junior Zhu Hui wants reparations." Zhu Hui stepped forward. His eyes exuded a golden light, making him seem like a sword that had been unsheathed. He possessed a tyrannical aura, an aura that felt as if it wanted to devour others. Zhu Hui was, of course, a lot stronger than Du Yuanguang. Even if he was not the ultimate genius, he was considered to be well established within the sect, so many responsibilities were given to him. Murder must be punished by death. A blood feud has to be paid with blood. There is nothing else to say. Zhu Hui stared at Qiye like an animal that wanted to rip his prey apart into many pieces. Protector Mo quickly mediated. "Junior Zhu, this is a misunderstanding. My sect's disciple didn't want to kill him. It was only an accident." Zhu Hui gravely responded. There is no room for discussion. Hand over the criminal right now. Do not commit another mistake. Otherwise, you all will be seeking death. If you're not careful, this might bring about the end for your sect. No wonder. Qiye slowly rose from his chair and gracefully walked forward while glaring at Zhu Hui. It is no wonder why the atmosphere of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate was so grim. It is because of idiots like you. Both Nan Huern and Protector Mo gulped in amazement. Nan Huern screamed inside. "Oh my God, my great ancestor, speaking one or two less sentences wouldn't kill you now, would it? You calling him an idiot to his face is akin to pouring oil into a fire. Those words alone makes you worthy of being killed 1,000 times over." Zhu Hui's killing intent erupted as he was filled with rage. He made a move towards Qiye. Protector Mo interfered. He grabbed Zhu Hui's hand to stop him from rampaging. "Protector Mo, don't make another mistake." Sectional leader Fu channeled his energy. His body started to exude a golden light. When he took a step forward, his aura alone made it difficult for Protector Mo to breathe. Sectional leader Fu, is this how you treat your guests at the Nine-Saint Demon Gate? Protector Mo was surprised by the difference in strength between him and Fu. Fu was a named hero. Unless an elder was here to combat him, there was no one here who could stop him. Sectional leader Fu showed no emotions as he proclaimed, "If you hand over the criminal, you will still be considered an esteemed guest of our sect. However, if you think your sect has the strength to become our enemy and continue to harbor the criminal, then not only will your life be forfeited, your entire sect will meet its demise." Demise? Qiye, who was being protected by Protector Mo, lightly chuckled and said, "The Nine-Saint Demon Gate has become too arrogant. If there was the danger of a sect's demise, it would be yours." Chapter 12. Qiye no longer wanted to look at sectional leader Fu and Zhu Hui, so he went a step outside. It was as if he was taking a stroll on an empty street. From outside the room, he calmly proclaimed, "I don't care who the current master of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate is. Demon King or virtuous paragon, whatever. If you want to follow general courtesy, fine. If not, then don't. I will gladly reciprocate the treatment. Today, I will massacre all of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. I will send all of you down to meet the old chicken head." "Good, good. How courageous. I will pull out your ligaments, then flay your skin. Then we will see just how you are going to destroy our sect." Zhu Hui was at a loss for words. This was the most comedic event he had ever witnessed. This was the first time he had seen such an arrogant and ignorant individual. Right now, Protector Mo and Nan Huern wanted to dig a hole to hide in. Immortal proclaiming to destroy the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. This was a sect that was extremely strong even when considering the Grand Middle Territory in its entirety. As a sect that ruled over a whole nation, who could actually massacre them, Qiye ignored Zhu Hui and kept on walking outside in a graceless manner. "Bastard, die." Zhu Hui soared into the air and sent his sword's energy towards Qiye. "Stand down." A voice akin to thunder rang across the whole sect. No one could resist the authority that it contained. This was a might that went straight to the soul. Due to this voice, even Zhu Hui and sectional leader Fu couldn't help but shiver as their limbs went limp. "First Elder." Sectional leader Fu recognized this voice and was trembling in fear. He found himself unable to believe that such a small matter caught the attention of the First Elder. The voice continued to roar across the sky. It was a fair competition. When killed, one can only blame oneself for not being as skilled. Legend states that the First Elder was an enlightened being. This was a character whose strength was only below the Demon King himself. His presence today made everyone think that there was more to the mortal than meets the eye. Our marriage alliance between the Nine-Saint Demon Gate and the Cleansing Incense ancient sect is our sect's tradition. The First Elder, ignoring the death of Du Yuanguang, let his thunderous voice strike again. However, marriage is not a small matter. If the Cleansing Incense ancient sect wants to marry our prime descendant, he has to prove that he is worthy. After hearing the words of the First Elder, Qiye regained his tranquility and said, "Finally, The Nine Saint Demon Gate still has someone who will take responsibility. If you want to follow the tradition, then I shall do the same. You want to test me? So be it, I accept. Picking a day is not as good as meeting the day. We shall conduct the test right now. To marry your descendant is my choice. If anyone dares to disrespect me, I will teach them a lesson. After he finished his words, Qiye walked right outside. It will be today. With this sentence, the sky returned to its serene state. Everyone started to scatter since no one dared to disrespect the first elder's command. However, the consensus here was that Qiye did not know that the sky was high and the earth was wide. His arrogance seemed to know no bounds. Protector Mo no longer cared for his image. He grabbed Qiye and carried him back into the room. You fool, if you want to die, please don't bring our sect down with you. Protector Mo, do you have to be so scared? Qiye, unwilling to be carried back to the room, pushed Protector Mo's hands away. You. Protector Mo couldn't help himself anymore and started to hyperventilate. Nan Huern cried like a mistreated bride. Senior, do you know how strong the Nine Saint Demon Gate is right now? Let alone their elders and the Demon King, all of their protectors have the qualification to become royal nobles. Demon King Lun Rai could bring disaster to our sect with a single wave of his sleep. Back when their first elder was disarming the conflict, you should have taken the chance to nullify the problem. Qiye coldly replied, Is that how it is? It is too late now. Plus, I prefer to talk with my fists. Of course, Qiye could not reveal his secrets. If the Nine Saint Demon Gate wanted to cause trouble, he would use this opportunity to test the integrity of the sect. Although he promised the Nine Saint Virtuous Paragon that he would take care of his descendants that year, if they didn't know their rightful place, Qiye would be happy to cure them of their corruption. It would also justify him taking the treasures of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Nan Huern gave up, no longer wanting to speak or look at Qiye. He felt like he was conducting music for an ox. It was a waste of his energy. 2. Basically, an ox can't hear or appreciate music, just like a dumb person can't be appealed with reasoning. Protector Mo eventually regained his voice, but he could only scornfully say, You better follow the rules and attend the trial. If you keep causing trouble, you won't have to worry about returning to the sect. No one can save you then. The trial was taking place in an ancient pavilion where two protectors acted as mediators. One of them was Protector Qiye, the master of Zhu Hui, and the other was Grand Protector Yu He, the strongest protector in the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Visible auras surrounded the body of Protector Qiye. It was as if his body was made out of a golden metal. As for the Grand Protector, his aura was much more intimidating. His royal noble strength seeped out in a sanguine color instead of a golden one. Many disciples surrounded the pavilion, because cultivating could be lonely and mundane at times. They were all eager for the opportunity to watch an entertaining spectacle. So many people were here that even a fly wouldn't be able to pass. The group that opposed this marriage, the most mainly consisted of male disciples. They all hoped for Qiye to fail his trial, because they believed that he doesn't have the qualifications to become the husband of their goddess. Chapter 13. The disciples also didn't like his attitude during the 2 days that he had been here. Of course, this was understandable since he did threaten to destroy the Nine Saint Demon Gate. The fire and hatred in their eyes could kill Qiye 100 times over. They started to converse amongst themselves. Let us kill him as well as the cleansing incense ancient sect. No, we have to cut off his arms and feet, then use his head as a candle holder. A candle holder? That is too humane. This ant wants to marry our princess. We have to imprison him on top of Hawk Cliff. Let the hawks peck at him for 100 years while we keep him alive with medicinal techniques. The conversations quickly turned rowdy. The crowd fueled itself with their anger and hatred for Qiye. Both Protector Mo and Nan Huern were shaking in fear. Their teeth couldn't stop clattering. Qiye removed himself from the surroundings. He calmly walked around the pavilion with an arrogant flair. Anyone would have fainted from being surrounded by so many people that want to eat them alive. At this moment, Grand Protector Yuhi coughed. This seemingly quiet cough overpowered the crowd. No matter how loud the surroundings were, everyone heard it and immediately stopped talking. The aura of a royal noble once again dominated the air. At this time, Protector Qiye began to talk. If you can successfully complete the trial, then our two sects will become in-laws in accordance to the ancient tradition. If you can't pass, or if you die during the test, then it is a shame that you are not skillful enough. Qiye sat down on a chair and turned towards Protector Qiye. He slowly shook his head and smiled. One can only say the Nine-Saint Demon Gate is not as eminent as it once was. In that era, why did the Nine-Saint Virtuous Paragon make that promise? Why did the two sects become in-laws and allies? Back then, the cleansing incense ancient sect was worshipped by the heavens and ruled the 9 worlds. Simply put, the Nine-Saint Demon Gate only wanted the protection of the cleansing incense ancient sect to have a backing in order to grow. Qiye did not know all of the stories of the past because his condition was not fully stable at that time. The marriage between the two was not proposed by Immortal Emperor Ming Ren and the Nine-Saint Virtuous Paragon. It was proposed by their descendants. Qiye continued. Now the era has changed and you want to relinquish the promise after having benefited from it. Your current generation is incomparable to your ancestors. Protector Qiye interjected. HMMPH, it is as you have said, eras change. If you want to say that the current generation is worse than the past, then this statement applies to the cleansing incense ancient sect, not us. We currently rule the country. The emperor lineages who want to become our in-laws number more than just 1 or 2, yet you think someone like you is worthy of our princess. Grand Protector Yu, he started to speak. Just let the past go, you can't change anything by quarreling. We are giving you a chance to honor the promise of past. If you are afraid, then you can leave now. We will not stop or bother you and the promise of that year will end. Since I am already here, I might as well accept the challenge. What is the trial? Qiye preferred Yuhi's attitude a lot more. Since your cultivation is not ideal, Our Highness has decided to give you a better chance. The first test will not be combat-oriented, but the second will be. He continued after a short pause. The first test is very simple. You will have to go into the chaotic heart forest with one of our disciples, the one that travels the furthest winds. The second test is even simpler. It will be a solo fight to determine the victor. There is also a third test, but you only need to pass 2 tests to pass the trial. The third test consists of Qiye cut off the protector. There's no need to continue, 2 tests will suffice. How arrogant! Protector Qiye yelled at him for being too arrogant. He started to exert his pressure towards Qiye. The test hasn't even started, yet you want to fight already. Qiye narrowed his eyes. He found great joy in aggravating people he did not like. Grand Protector Yu, he coughed once again. This cough severed the pressure that Protector Qiye was exerting, angering Protector Qiye. He could kill Qiye by simply lifting his finger. There has never been an insect that dared to talk to him like this before. All right, let us begin the tests. Qiye rose from his seat. Both tests are fine. I want to see the abilities of your princess. Zhu Hui contemptuously laughed. You don't have the qualifications for Senior Lai to participate in person. I will be the one that you will go up against. Yuhi nodded in agreement. I heard that you have only recently joined the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. We will not cheat you. If the princess personally delivers the test, you would have no chance at all. Here, when it comes to inner talents and potential, the princess is number 1. When it comes to battle capabilities, Junior Leng is the best. If one of them comes to test you, you would claim that it was unfair after failing. Junior Zhu Hui has average talents among our inner disciples, so using him to test the prime disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect should not be too demeaning to your status. By not sending out their best disciples, the Nine-Saint Demon Gate was giving Qiye a sliver of hope. If the strongest disciple or Lai Xuanyan participated, then even the 6 elders would have problems. Qiye didn't bother to look at Zhu Hui. He stared at Yu He and formally said, "If this is the case, then at least your 9 Saint Demon Gate still has some hope. Although you went back on the original promise, you still managed to save a little bit of face and dignity. Fine, since you are allowing me to walk an extra step, I will spare you a yard just so that in the future, you can't say that I have bullied the sect." A character like you, he had spent many years experiencing everything life had to offer, but when he looked at Qiye, it still puzzled him how there could be someone who was this arrogant and confusing. Does he not know of our strength? Does he have zero concept of cultivation levels? He broke his stoic demeanor with a small chuckle. Go to the chaotic heart forest. The one that can walk the farthest will win. Seeing that the test had finally begun, people started going towards the chaotic heart forest. In a split second, the forest was instantly surrounded. Chapter 14. HMMPH, Entering the Chaotic Heart Forest. What can that trash hope to accomplish? In the outskirts of the forest, jeering conversations began again. Another disciple voiced another thought. In the last examination, Senior Zhu made it to level 5 of the forest. Now that he has reached Heaven's mandate and started preparing to cultivate in the warrior canopy stage, his cultivation and willpower are much stronger than before. I predict that he can get to the 7th level. The stages for cultivators are as follows: Palace Foundation, Palace Expansion, Physique Accumulation, Provisional Palace, Inner Longevity, Heaven's Mandate, Warrior Canopy, Purified Rebirth, Heaven's Primal and Soul Creation. Once one has reached the unbeatable stage and receives the Heaven's will, one will be dubbed an Immortal Emperor. There were no immortals in this world, so one might ask, why was there an emperor for immortals? Why does this title exist? It was because of a saying, "My fate is mine alone. It's not up to the heavens to decide." The heavens will serve as a shackle and encompasses and traps all living beings. Once a cultivator reaches the pinnacle, their goal is to control the heavens' will so that they will finally be freed from this prison. This was why one will be called an immortal emperor once they obtain the heavens' will. However, no one truly knows if true immortality was possible. This remains a mystery to this day. Each generation only has one heaven's will, so each generation can only have one immortal emperor. The chaotic heart forest was where the 9 Saint Demon Gate judged a disciple's innate talents, affinity for cultivation, and willpower. Here, the most important quality was one's willpower. The forest consists of 14 levels. From an outside perspective, there were no discernible differences between this and a normal forest. However, this seemingly normal forest was created by the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. Intruders would be shown realistic illusions. Even the ones that possessed mystical eyes could not see through the technique unless they were stronger than the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. Otherwise, the technique would become reality for all who steps inside. For example, one could find themselves trapped in a sea of fire. Their body would feel as if it was actually trapped, and the mind would clearly feel pain. The higher the level, the stronger the illusion would be. Of course, you could still use cultivation techniques to mitigate the pain and merit laws to prevent the fire from reaching your body. The only thing was that you couldn't escape the forest using any movement techniques. Idiotic little boy, hurry up and enter. Outside of the forest, Zhu Hui contemptuously smirked at Qiye. He believed that with his current abilities, it would be no problem to enter the 8th level. Qiye looked at the forest and slightly grinned. That year, the old chicken created the chaotic heart forest himself. It was indeed a good location to test one's willpower. Me? Qiye clearly spoke. Traversing the chaotic heart forest holds no meaning to me. If I were to enter, you wouldn't even have the chance to show your worth. You should go first so that later on, you can't say I didn't give you a chance. Qiye's arrogant comments made everyone shiver in contempt once more. Protector Mo and Nan Huern wanted to lock up his mouth forever. Would he die if he said fewer sentences? How could he spout lies all the time? Protector Hua exclaimed, "Idiot! You are just a piece of trash that doesn't know what the willpower to cultivate is, yet you still run your mouth without shame. Zhu Hui couldn't believe that a mere mortal was looking down on him and frowned. Good, good, such strong words. I have to see how many levels you can pass. How many levels? How meaningless. Going through 14 isn't a big deal at all. Qiye continued, which is why I'm letting you go first, so you won't be so shocked. Another disciple couldn't stand it anymore and yelled out, do all people from the cleansing incense ancient sect lie like you without any hesitation? Everyone knew that going through level 7 of the chaotic heart forest was considered a wondrous feat for the younger generation. To complete level 7, one would have to have a tenacious willpower or a high cultivation. Even the calm Grand Protector Yu, he couldn't help but shake his head. Why was Qiye the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, going through 14 levels? Was it that easy? Even he couldn't pass all 14 levels at his current level. 14 levels. Zhu Hui exploded into laughter. If you can pass all 14 levels, I will call you father. Qiye retorted. I wouldn't have an unfilial son like you. Good, if you are this confident with your mouth, do you dare to make a bet? Qiye happily smiled and asked, bet, eh? What will we bet? If you can pass all 14 levels, I will voluntarily concede. If you can't, then you will have to crawl under my crotch. 2. This is an extremely shameful punishment. Can be found today, crawling under a table after losing in a card game. This bet caused the expressions of Protector Mo and Nan Huern to instantly darken. This wasn't a test. It was a facade to shame Qiye and the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, they could only dejectedly shake their heads. Qiye brought this upon himself. Qiye asked, would you do the same if I pass the 14th level? You will crawl under my crotch, right? Protector Hua interjected, if you can pass the 14th level, he will do it and vice versa. Due to the killing of Du Yuanguang, Protector Hua wanted to kill Qiye with his bare hands. Since the opportunity wasn't right, the best he could do was to shame Qiye. Qiye looked back at Protector Hua and then formally nodded his head. Fine, if this is your condition, I shall accept. The disciples of the 9 Saint Demon Gate all loudly yelled, Senior Zhu, destroy him. Accept the bet. Zhu Hui coldly replied, I'll be waiting for you to crawl beneath me. He then turned and left for the chaotic heart forest. A disciple creepily laughed. This time, the cleansing incense ancient sect will lose all face. Their prime disciple will have to perform such an act. Ha ha. Zhu Hui took his first step into the forest. The surroundings immediately darkened. He found himself in a demonic world, an area that spanned for 10,000 miles. Demonic energy filled the air. The sounds of rattling bones could be heard even before the bodies began to leave the ground. Zhu Hui inhaled and calmed himself. He channeled his energy and strengthened himself with his cultivation while steeling his willpower. He ignored the demons and passed them with ease. The first level. Everyone outside carefully watched without blinking. Without any complications, Zhu Hui successfully passed the first level. Second level, third level. Zhu Hui was definitely not average. His cultivation and willpower were both excellent. His speed at breaking through the first 3 levels was, indeed, very swift. At the 4th level, however, his speed began to slow down. Fierce silver skeleton kings began to attack him. In the beginning, he chose to evade and parry them, but after his hands were crushed, prompting him to cry out in pain, he used his body to destroy them instead. He possessed a silver body that warded off invaders on its own. However, this took a lot of energy. Once he reached the 5th level, he was completely surrounded by the skeletons. He loudly roared and summoned his defensive artifact. His magical sword flew straight into the sky. Its blade spewed out true energy. This form of energy consisted of the Tao of Truths, and it conquered the 4 directions. His crimson-red life wheel appeared behind his head and exuded a blood energy that encompasses the sky. It used unparalleled laws of power that destroyed everything in the surrounding area. Cultivation techniques that allowed for one to use their life wheel as an offensive tool were often stronger than certain physique techniques. This life wheel technique specialized in destruction and was left behind by the virtuous paragon. It was not of the paragon level, but it was still quite formidable. 2. Physique forming techniques are another cultivation method. They specialize in strengthening the body, which is why his arms were broken multiple times. His life wheel makes up for it. Qiye slightly shook his head when he saw Zhu Hui killing his way through the 5th level. Chaotic heart forest. If your heart is chaotic, then killing will only increase uncertainties and exacerbate the illusions. The 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon's goal was to train the willpower of his students, not their physical or combat strength. Level 7. Zhu Hui annihilated his way to the 7th level, filling all the spectators with awe. Even Protector Hua felt satisfied. Zhu Hui was his disciple and his pride. Although Zhu Hui's aptitude could not compare to Lai Xuanyan's and his strength was lacking against Leng Chengfeng, his progress today had pleased his master. Bang! Zhu Hui had just made it to the 7th level, but his strength had been expended. He couldn't handle the pressure of the chaotic heart forest any longer and was promptly removed. Just a little bit more. After the forceful ejection, it took Zhu Hui a moment to regain his consciousness. He couldn't help but yell out his regret. He thought that he could have at least made it to level 8, but he had underestimated the difficulty of the chaotic heart forest. Chapter 15. Protector Hua gently consoled his disciple. You did well, there is no need to force what isn't meant to be. He approvingly nodded his head. To be able to enter the 7th level at this age is a very commendable feat within the younger generation. Zhu Hui gathered his wits, took a deep breath, and coldly stared at Qiye. Your turn. It's not too late to give up. Then, Zhu Hui spread out his legs and showed a shady smile. If you do it now, I won't make things hard for you later on. If you wait until after you have failed the test, then it would be difficult to predict what your fate will be. Qiye ignored the taunts and entered the chaotic heart forest step by step. In front of him was a sea of fire. It was a world filled with lava and fiery crackles. Inside this illusion, his feet were burnt to a crisp. No one could imagine how much pain he was feeling, but Qiye just strutted on without muttering a single groan. Qiye did not mind the chaotic heart forest. During the desolate era, he spent his time being tortured while his soul was severed from his body. He had suffered at the hands of heavenly demons and trapped by the ancient Ming. He spent what felt like an eternity without sunlight and underwent many torturous ordeals. Although the body of the Dark Crow was immortal, pain could still be felt. 1,000,000 years passed. He traveled through all of the forbidden burials, spent time in the land of immortals, and fell into the realm of ghosts and devils. These were the most dangerous places in this world. Compared to those places, the chaotic heart forest was nothing more than a short stroll. It couldn't break his willpower. In the blink of an eye, he had passed the 1st level. In the illusion, the sea of fire disappeared. Qiye was now in a frozen world, surrounded by the icy cold gales of a tundra. Outside of the forest, countless disciples were waiting for Qiye to be kicked out. Protector Mo and Nan Huern still had their gazes turned away as they were unwilling to see Qiye being humiliated. However, as moments passed, a silence encroached the surroundings. One could hear the drop of a needle from a mile away. Surprised by the lack of jeers and cheers from Qiye's failure, the two turned their heads around. What entered their sight was an unimaginable scene. A disciple softly whimpered in shock. Level 8. Level 9, 10, 11. Qiye paraded through the levels as if he was walking in an empty street. His speed remained as swift as it was during the 1st level. Level 14. In the end, Qiye went straight through the chaotic heart forest with full confidence, and he leisurely stepped out of the last level. Everyone was now frozen. Passing through the 14 levels of the chaotic heart forest, this was an impossible feat. From the ancient past until now, none from the younger generation of the 9 Saint Demon Gate had ever accomplished it. Even Lai Xuanyan, who had the highest aptitude and most fortified willpower, couldn't accomplish such a feat. This is impossible. Simply impossible. This cannot be. Zhu Hui fell deep into confusion, but this was the reality that laid before his eyes. Protector Qiye had his mouth wide open as well. He couldn't close it due to his bewilderment. Even the sect master could not pass the 14th level of the chaotic heart forest. What kind of willpower was this? Liqiye came back and casually spoke. This is only the appetizer. It was as if he had just taken a walk in the comfort of his own garden. Qiye glanced at Zhu Hui and casually declared, "Okay, kneel and start crawling." Zhu Hui loudly howled, "No, no, this cannot be happening." It wasn't only him, everyone else here also found themselves in disbelief. Protector Qiye wondered, was there something wrong with the chaotic heart forest? Surely that is the case. Maybe the prohibiting spells of the forest have lost their power. It was as if Zhu Hui was trying to find a tree branch while drowning. He quickly added, "It doesn't count, the chaotic heart forest has lost its effect. There is no chance it has lost its power." A while later, Grand Protector Yu he gathered his thoughts, shook his head and continued, "From the creation of the sect, the forest has never been ineffective. I will go and check." Finished with his words, he personally entered the chaotic heart forest. He was indeed formidable and befitting his Grand Protector status. His willpower was substantial. He easily made it through the first 9 levels. After reaching the 10th level, his speed decreased. A loud noise roared through the air. He could not pass all the levels of the forest. He was kicked out before reaching the 11th level. The chaotic heart forest did not lose its power. He stated this with complete confidence. He stared at Qiye with curious eyes, not understanding the event that had transpired. Qiye, who was only 13 years old, was capable of finishing the chaotic heart forest. Unless there was a mysterious force at work here, his cultivation willpower was immutable. However, a mere 13-year-old boy could not possibly have this level of willpower. It required centuries and millenniums to have such a mind. Although he had a mortal body and inferior innate talents, it would only be a matter of time before he became a virtuous paragon through sheer willpower. Protector Qiye inquired, Are you carrying a sacred treasure?" Zhu Hui raises his voice. "That has to be the case. The cleansing incense ancient sect is an immortal emperor-level sect. Maybe he is hiding an immortal emperor sacred treasure." This was indeed the most logical explanation. Right now, everyone was thinking that this was the case. Ultimately, even though the sect was now weak, it was not unreasonable to think that 1 or 2 immortal emperor sacred treasures were left behind. If he used just one of them, then he could indeed pass the chaotic heart forest unharmed. Protector Qiye boldly proclaimed, "Using a sacred treasure to cheat, this bet does not count." He was sure that Qiye had committed foul play. Protector Qiye, that is unfair. Protector Mo had no time to think about how Qiye passed the trial. He gravely said, "This is a test designed by your sect. You cannot lose and then relinquish the test." Protector Qiye replied, "If you use a treasure to cheat, then of course it won't count." Taking Qiye's side, Protector Mo continued, "It does not matter whether he used external tools or not. Your sect did not declare that he could not use treasures to pass the test. Our disciple has gone through the forest, this round is ours." Protector Mo did not want to waste time, so he turned to Yu He and asked, "Protector Yu, did the cleansing incense ancient sect win this round or not?" About this matter, Yu He could not decide. He did not believe that Qiye had actually passed the forest without external help. However, the 9 Saint Demon Gate also did not state the rule that one couldn't use sacred treasures. "I walk my route straight and sit tall. My heart has no shameful secrets to the heavens." Unlike the people of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, betting and losing and then being unable to accept the loss. "If you think I am hiding a treasure, then try and find it. If you can find it, then I will give it to you." He contemplated for a moment, lifted his head, and then spoke to Qiye. "If you want to prove your innocence, we have a solution. The great ancestor left behind a treasure named the Immortal Bone Mirror. It can see through all hidden objects. If you are willing to let us use it, then we can tell whether you bear a treasure or not. I agree to the usage of the immortal bone mirror. Protector Qiye was the first to speak. If the mirror cannot find anything, then it will mean that he did not carry a hidden treasure. The disciples banded together and roared. Yes, if you don't want to, then it means that you cheated. I pity you lot. Qiye stared at them and agreed. I will allow the mirror test. Bring it out. He sent people to grab the mirror. This mirror had a deep history. It was said that its heritage dated back to the Desolate Era and that it had been honed by an immortal emperor. The immortal bone mirror was much stronger than the mirror that was used by the cleansing incense ancient sect to test new disciples. Chapter 16. The immortal bone mirror revealed itself. The shiny glass had flowing immortal patterns that exuded an aura of a living creature. Even he was fearful of its power. The immortal bone mirror flashed on the body of Qiye, forcing his life wheel and fate palace to appear. His life wheel slowly turned with a lack of pressure, and his fate palace had not yet been opened. He concluded. He has a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and a mortal fate palace that has not been opened. He has not started cultivating. Also, there are no hidden treasures on his body. The lowest level of cultivation was the palace foundation level. Once one started to cultivate, even the lowest of talents could open their fate palace in 1 day if fast, 10 days if slow. Under the gaze of the immortal bone mirror, Qiye couldn't hide anything. All that he is was revealed to the eyes of the spectators. Protector most solemnly questioned. Protector Qiye, Protector you, are you satisfied now? Being subjected to the immortal bone mirror was a shameful matter to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Our apologies. He was a man of character. He nodded his head and politely said, Qiye did not cheat. After hearing the confirmation from the crowd had no more comments to make. They couldn't believe that a mortal with these characteristics was able to pass the forest. Qiye was the most devastated of them all. But how can this be true? Qiye leered at him and spoke. It seems that you are not convinced, but that is quite all right. I will make it so that you will crawl without hesitation. It is a mere chaotic heart forest. Only an idiot like you would barely reach level 7. Open your eyes to see your grandpa go once again. After his taunt, Qiye entered the forest once more. All eyes were intensely focused on the forest. No one wanted to miss a single detail. They wanted to reach a logical conclusion that their minds could accept. If Qiye succeeds again, then they would have no choice but to change their view of the world. But if he failed, then all was good with the world. Level 14. Nanhuern was keeping count as Qiye went through the levels. Even though this was the second time, he was just as shocked as the first. He truly understood now. Although Qiye's cultivation aptitude and physique could not reach the apex, he possessed unfaltering willpower. A 13-year-old had a stronger mind than he did after 1,000 years of cultivation. Start crawling. Qiye came back and mischievously spread his legs in front of Qiye. Qiye trampled the ground in shame, and his expression turned pure white. If he had to crawl beneath Qiye in front of all these spectators, then he would lose all face in the future. Our 9 Saint Demon Gate has our honor. If you lose a bet, you have to bear the consequences. He nodded. Qiye, you were the one who wanted this bet in the first place. Now carry out your end of the bargain. Qiye almost fainted on the spot. If Protector Yu had spoken, then even his master could not save him. He ground his teeth and unwillingly knelt before Qiye. His body froze for a minute. This was the most shameful event of his life. Eventually, he started to crawl through Qiye's legs. Qiye looked down and spoke. When people show me an ounce of respect, I will treat them well, but if anyone dares to cross me, then I will repay them tenfold. A genius disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate is nothing in my eyes. Finished speaking, Qiye turned around and walked away. Ugh! Qiye fell down to the ground. He puked out blood from anger and went unconscious. Qiye, Protector Qiye quickly grabbed Zhu Hui and massaged his meridians. After returning to the pavilion, Protector Qiye and he found their seats. Qiye was already sitting there arrogantly like a king. This made the other disciples feel the urge to beat him up. Protector Qiye leered at Qiye with great hatred in his eyes. When the master's disciple was shamed, of course they would share the enemy. Shaming his disciple was the same as slapping him in the face. Qiye playfully knocked on the table and said, "The first test has been completed. Let us get started with the second." Before, he thought that Qiye was ignorantly arrogant. However, after having thought about it again, maybe he had some secret tricks. A mortal without the basics of cultivation. What was his backing that allowed for him to challenge the 9-saint demon gate? Could it be that the cleansing incense ancient sect still had hidden secrets not yet revealed? He quickly dismissed his last thought. As the Grand Protector, he was fully aware of the current position of the cleansing incense ancient sect. If it had any secrets left, then it wouldn't be submitting to the heavenly jewel kingdom. The second piece of information was that Qiye had only joined the sect for a few days, and he forcefully used the cleansing incense ancient order to become the prime disciple. Even the 6 elders there did not welcome him. He had no idea what hidden mysteries this person was hiding, especially when he didn't have any support. Returning to the matter at hand, he clearly spoke. "Right now, Zhu Hui is not in his best condition. If you want to take the test, then we will have to change your opponent." "Honorable Protector, I am fine." Zhu Hui all of a sudden stood up straight. Despite his pale complexion, he violently leered at Qiye. A killing intent could be found in his eyes. He swore to himself that he would be the one to kill Qiye and use his blood to wash away his shame. He used his proud posture to maintain and announce his confidence. He lifted his head high and proclaimed, "Protector, I can still fight." Yui slightly frowned. He knew exactly what Zhu Hui was thinking, so he gently spoke. "Junior Zhu, your current condition is not fit for combat." This matter was very important for the 9-saint demon gate, and Qiye had already won the first match. "Senior Yu, this kid has a strong will. A minor setback will not deter him. Please give him another chance." Protector Qiye tried to support his disciple's wish. Zhu Hui ground his teeth and said with extreme determination, "Protector, if I make a single mistake, I will pay for it with my life." He contemplated for a moment. Within the younger disciples, Zhu Hui had reached heaven's mandate and was close to the warrior canopy stage. It would be difficult to find another who was as strong as him. Plus, his cultivation included the life wheel technique, fierce slaughter sword. He understood the strength of this technique. It was created by a virtuous paragon of their sect. If Zhu Hui used his life wheel without hesitation, then none of his peers would be able to defeat him in a life or death contest, barring the strongest ones. If Zhu Hui didn't fight, then the safe choices would be Lai Xuanyan or Leng Chengfeng. However, those two weren't options they could choose. He was no longer underestimating Qiye. But he couldn't think of a way for a mortal to defeat a heaven's mandate cultivator with a virtuous paragon technique. "Good, you will fight then." After careful consideration, he agreed with the choice of Zhu Hui. Chapter 17. On the battle stage, surrounded by spectators, Zhu Hui was hell-bent on destroying Qiye. He wanted to pull out his muscles, flay his skin, and smash his body into 1,000 pieces. Nan Huern and Protector Mo wanted to believe in Qiye. Although the chance of him winning was slim, he had continuously performed miracles. Hey, can he really beat Senior Zhu? Ever since Qiye went through the chaotic heart forest in one go, the disciples of the 9-saint demon gate considered him a real opponent. An older senior shook his head. "The difference between them is too great. It is a mortal versus a heaven's mandate cultivator. Qiye won't be able to win unless he was somehow given an immortal emperor true treasure, but even that isn't realistic. Even with it, he wouldn't have enough blood energy to activate its power." That's right. A mortal cannot activate an immortal emperor true treasure. The fierce slaughter sword technique of Junior Zhu is overly powerful due to its mysterious truths. A life or death battle with that technique would not bode well for his opponent. A disciple that had previously sparred with Zhu Hui offered his opinion. And don't forget about his golden hawk physique. Although it is only a Haoshan physique, it has considerable speed. If you combine both his speed and power, you can say that his offensive power is nearly unmatched in our generation. Cultivators valued physiques very highly. There were 6 stages of physique's: mortal physique, Haoshan physique, xianxia physique, king physique, saint physique, and lastly, the immortal physique. The majority of the world had a mortal physique, including Qiye. It was the weakest both in terms of physical strength and blood energy. Zhu Hui roared. Sword energies began to rotate around his body in an upward manner. They became a giant, impenetrable fortress of visible, radiant swords, all pointing towards Qiye. The technique served as a defensive measure as he was channeling his energy. Open, a heavenly sword came out from Zhu Hui's mouth and split into 8 different heavenly swords. These swords were gigantic, towering at 200 meters each. A single strike could split the earth itself. A disciple couldn't help but voice their jealousy. Fierce slaughter sword, heavenly sword Yan Jin. Zhu Hui's true energy is formed by Yan Jin's heavenly sword, due to its completely magical pattern. Yan Jin's heavenly sword for offense and fierce slaughter sword for defense. Within our generation, he is nearly unbeatable. Witnessing the scene, Protector Mo was humbled. Zhu Hui proved to be more powerful than expected, especially when he had the possession of the Yan Jin sword. Protector Mo himself wouldn't be able to penetrate Zhu Hui's defenses. After his failed attack, the Yan Jing sword formation would immediately counterattack when he was the most vulnerable. Zhu Hui maneuvered his swords at Qiye and maniacally yelled, "Come here, you bastard. Today, I will slice you into 1,000 pieces." Fu, fu. Qiye spat into his palms and then rubbed them together. This rather crude gesture was completely different from his normally elegant bearing. Qiye repeated, 1,000 pieces. Then he slowly took out the serpent punishing stick. "You, alone, are not enough. Let me beat you into a pig's head. Even your parents will not recognize who you are after I am done." Nan Huern almost went unconscious. Wasn't that the stick from the cleansing incense ancient sect's grand chamber's fireplace? He was expecting Qiye to use the invisible dual blades technique. Maybe its miraculous power would help him tie the fight. However, Qiye wasn't using the blades but a wooden stick instead. The Yan Jin sword would split that thing in half in a mere second. Protector Mo's only thought at this moment was to save Qiye's life the moment it was in danger, no matter the cost. Using a wooden stick to fight against the Yan Jin sword. Could it be an immortal emperor weapon? He squinted his eyes and opened his heavenly eye in order to see through the wooden stick. He was indeed worried that the stick was a treasure made by an immortal emperor. However, despite his numerous techniques, the wooden stick was determined to be just a wooden stick. There were no magical enchantments nor cultivation techniques to utilize. A wooden stick versus a Heaven's Mandate level sword. He was at a loss for words. Protector Hua was not as skeptical as He. He only wanted to witness Qiye's death. Qiye pointed his serpent punishing stick at Zhu Hui like a ruffian and said, "Little boy, come here. Let this grandpa shatter your butt. I'll kill you." Zhu Hui screamed as the 8 heavenly swords became one. Straight from the sky, the Yan Jin sword, surrounded by a gigantic amount of energy, swung down towards Qiye. Its path was filled with fire. The battle stage was now bathed in a sea of flames. "This is the end." Nan Huern turned around, not wanting to see the result of this monstrous strike. It seemed like Zhu Hui wanted to finish this in one move. He used his most powerful technique. Good, Qiye paid it no mind. He shouted in a strange manner and jumped forward with a random motion while swinging his stick. The scene that everyone was expecting did not happen. The serpent punishing stick met the weakest part of the Yan Jin sword in the middle of its trajectory. The sword's energy dissipated, and the physical sword plunged to the ground. It was as if the sword was bitten by a poisonous snake and became unable to obey Zhu Hui's commands. "Little boy, I will beat you into a pig's head." Zhu Hui hadn't regained his composure when Qiye was already in front of him. The stick passed through his sword fortress and rained blows directly onto his body. Die! Zhu Hui didn't retreat. He gathered his sword energy once more and surrounded Qiye with it. However, his virtuous paragon sword technique had no effect. The serpent punishing stick continuously struck at the formation's weakest points, successfully negating the blows. Finally, it struck Zhu Hui's face. This one blow made Zhu Hui's face redden with blood. He became disoriented with stars in his eyes and thunder in his ears. Bam, bam, bam. In the blink of an eye, Qiye had pummeled Zhu Hui 10 times, all of them hitting his meridians and weakest spots. Zhu Hui was like a snake without its skeletal body. He was no longer able to stand. His blood energy was in disarray and his cultivation techniques were unusable. He fell to the ground with a busted face. Hitting a snake required one to aim for its head. This was true for the blows Qiye struck. They had to hit the weak points and holes in the opponent's defense. Unless the opponent had reached the heaven's primal stage, they wouldn't be able to escape the blows. This was because they wouldn't have perfected their own understanding of the defensive mysterious truths. One of the requirements for heaven's primal is a rebirth of one's body and the understanding of techniques, as well as a body protection aura that would render the serpent punishing stick useless. However, since Zhu Hui was far from heaven's primal, the wooden stick was his nemesis. Keep in mind that even immortal Emperor Min Ren was beaten by the stick repeatedly, and the same applied to all of his strongest generals, including the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. The serpent punishing stick was not a treasure or divine artifact. It was only a regular branch grown from a small tree in the ghost forest and basked by a demonic aura for ages. However, this made it anything but ordinary. The ghost forest was one of the few burial grounds. A stick of this level was exceedingly rare. At the beginning of the Emperor's era, the Dark Crow entered the ghost forest and spent countless efforts to obtain this stick. The stick also had another property that made it appealing to Qiye. No matter how many times a person is struck by it, they would not die from its blows. It was a stick specifically meant for punishment and teaching. This made it very appropriate for Qiye when dealing with the powerful geniuses under his tutelage like Immortal Emperor Min Ren. Bang, bang, bang. After Zhu Hui fell to the ground unconscious, Qiye did not show any mercy. He kept on striking Zhu Hui's body. His body was now covered in wounds, and no one could tell if he was dead or alive. This scene jolted the spectators. He activated his heavenly eye again to look at the serpent punishing stick, but he still couldn't find anything special about it. Chapter 18. It was natural that he could not see through an object like the serpent punishing stick. Since ancient times, the number of people that had seen it with their own eyes was few. Without his knowledge from traversing the ominous grounds, he too would not have known the secret and magical properties of the serpent punishing stick. If one could not discern its characteristics, then it would only be a wooden stick in their eyes. "I'll kill you." Although his body was tattered with wounds, his silver eagle physique activated automatically. Below Zhu Hui's ribs, 2 sharp claws came out and went for Qiye's heart. Zhu Hui had the silver eagle physique because his father was a silver eagle that transformed into a human from having an accomplished cultivation. The pair of claws were always hiding inside his body, in case he ever needed to suddenly surprise his enemies. The wooden stick easily stopped the silver eagle claws, forcing them back into Zhu Hui's body. Qiye coldly proclaimed, "You seek your own death." Whoosh whoosh. 2 blades immediately pierced through Zhu Hui's shoulders and pinched him into the ground, immobilizing his body. "Do you think it is that easy to kill me? Today, I'm going to hit you without mercy." Qiye continued to hit Zhu Hui with the wooden stick. He felt cheated by the event that had just transpired. At this moment, Protector Hua could no longer keep watching. He jumped into the battle stage and yelled, "That is enough." Qiye glanced at him and said, "What now? If the child can't win, the old man wants to join in as well. Young one, don't be so delusional." His eyes contained anger and hatred as he gravely said, "Let him go or I will personally kill you today." I was going to spare him, but... After finishing, Qiye sliced the two blades across Zhu Hui's body, severing him into multiple pieces. The blades that struck through to the floor created a rain of blood and sparks. "Hui, you little bastard, accept your death." Protector Hui lost all restraint and his blood force punctured the sky. A magical sword, towering 20,000 meters, flew towards Qiye. Protector Mo couldn't react in time. His mind was full of panic. Bang! As the sky-piercing sword appeared, a gigantic foot from the heavens suddenly stomped down with an unstoppable force. No one could stop this blow. Not a named hero, not a royal noble, not even an enlightened being or a heavenly king would have been able to. All living beings were just ants in the face of the might of this foot. "Nuu!" Protector Hui only managed to let out a pitiful scream. His body, under the giant foot, became meat paste. He couldn't be any more dead. Everyone was shocked because the foot did not belong to Qiye. It was from one of the 4 gigantic statues situated at the 4 corners of this battle stage. It was unbelievable that a royal noble like Protector Hui was killed in one stomp. "You can't." Everything happened too fast. Grand Protector Yu he had ignited his blood force and flung it towards the foot in order to save Protector Hui. However, the foot that stomped down did not take any damage and performed another stomp instead. Bang! Yu he was smashed straight into the main mountain. His blood wouldn't stop flowing. "Don't you dare!" A thunderous cry roared up in the sky. It was as if it was encompassing all of the mysterious truths of the heaven and earth. Heavenly auras illuminated the sky. A person suddenly appeared in the distance, floating in the air. Behind his head was a heavenly blinding aura that could burn the world. All of the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples yelled out in bewilderment, "First Elder!" The first elder raised his palm and immediately flipped it towards the statue. This palm technique that carried incomparable might flew towards the statue. Bang! Another deafening sound blasted into the air. This time, the statue used its hand to meet the palm strike. It annihilated the technique. The first elder's blood painted the sky's color. Even someone as formidable as he could not handle a single strike from the statue. Everyone was at a loss for words. The statues at the battle stage suddenly made a move, killing Protector Hui, kicking Yu He away, and used one punch to defeat the first elder. Afterward, the statue remained still like nothing had happened. Qiye in the middle of the arena casually opened his mouth. "Like I said, if the 9 Saint Demon Gate does not follow the rules, I have no qualms in flipping your sect upside down." HMMPH. The first elder, although wounded, had his blood force that was still going strong. He immediately flew to the sky, wanting to use all of his might against the statues. He was afraid inside, because he did not know why their own statues would rebel against the sect. "Elder, don't make any more moves. These 4 statues are the heavenly guardians of the 9 Saint Demon Gate." A commanding voice filled with nobility rang from the deepest part of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. "Sect Master." Hearing this voice, everyone from the 9 Saint Demon Gate knew who it belonged to. This was the sect master, Demon King Lun Rai, the leader of a whole generation of geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory. The first elder stopped immediately. He kept staring at the 4 statues while pondering many questions. All of the disciples were surprised as well. They have never heard anyone talk about the sect having heavenly guardians, let alone heavenly guardians that could harm their own sect. "Elder Protector Yu He, please invite young Master Lai into the sky chamber to talk." After hearing the invitation, Qiye smirked and answered, "Finally, someone who can see with their eyes. A little talk won't hurt." Grand Protector Yu he quickly came to Qiye and respectfully gestured him towards the sky chamber. The more he stared at Qiye, the more afraid he became. This 13-year-old was too frightening. The Sky Chamber was an important location in the Nine Saint Demon Gate. All major decisions were discussed and made there, and only elders had the qualifications to enter. Of course, Protector Mo and Nan Huern could not enter. Since the Sky Chamber was situated in the deepest part of the sect, and liqiye, ye could not fly. A grand royal noble like you he had to bend down to fly him over on his back. Right now, all of the elders were present in the chamber. Heavenly auras came from all of their bodies, and their life wheels bounced up and down. Mysterious patterns of laws that resembled the creation of a new world crossed their bodies. They had all reached the stage of enlightened being, and were definitely not royal nobles. One royal noble could destroy the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, so one can imagine just how strong an enlightened being was. The hidden strength of the Nine Saint Demon Gate was truly staggering when seen. It was no wonder they were the rulers of Old Ox Country. Despite all of this, Qiye was not surprised one bit and sat down gracefully in the Sky Chamber. Since the ancient times, no one had ever connected with our heavenly guardians. The Demon King's voice appeared, but no one could see him. Qiye shook his head and said, "I don't like talking to people who hide their face behind a veil." The elders were not pleased with his words. Demon King Lun Rai was a monstrous man, and all of the elders here deeply respected and feared him. However, this Qiye wasn't minding his words towards the king at all. Demon King Lun Rai patiently explained, "It is not that I don't want to see young master lie. Unfortunately, I am still in the middle of closed cultivation, so I can't personally meet you." Qiye nodded his head and smiled. "Fine, I won't make it hard for you. At the very least, I am a very reasonable man." Lun Rai politely inquired, "I want to hear how you were able to connect with our heavenly guardians." All the elders were surprised as well. They never knew that their sect had heavenly guardians. At this moment, Lun Rai started to explain. The Nine Saint Demon Gate has 4 heavenly guardians, which are the 4 statues at the battle stage. They were invited by the Patriarch to protect our sect. Not only that, they also guard the heaven vein and earth vein between the battle stage, the bloodline of our sect. However, they have never made a move until today. His voice grew serious as he went on during his explanation. Once finished, all the elders' eyes were on Qiye. They didn't understand why the forever immobile heavenly guardians helped Qiye today. Chapter 19. The more the Nine Saint Demon Gate elders stared at Qiye, the more annoyed they became. Why was it that a person with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace like Qiye was capable of communicating with their heavenly guardians? The gods were so unfair. If he was a disciple of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, then it would be borderline acceptable. However, he was from a different sect. Why would their heavenly guardians protect an outsider and harm their own sect? Demon King Lun Rai started to speak once again after the lengthy pause. "This being said, can you please tell us about the technique you used to control the heavenly guardians?" Qiye hesitantly smiled. "Communication technique. I don't have any techniques. These are your heavenly guardians. You should know more about them than me." Qiye naturally couldn't tell them the secrets behind the event. As the Dark Crow during the Desolate Era, he paid in blood to formulate a successful plan to escape the Immortal Demon Grotto. After millions of years, he finally understood this particular logic. If you want to control your own destiny, you must personally possess formidable power. Although he possessed considerable power as the Dark Crow, it was not his own power. Luckily, after entering places that no one else dared to venture, he had found out many mysterious and magical secrets. From then on, he formulated a plan for his own personal cultivation if he were to ever return to his body. The 4 heavenly guardians of the Nine Saint Demon Gate were one of his secret preparations in the past for self-preservation. That year, he found them at the ancestral earth after countless efforts. They protected him for countless years in the past. The Nine Saint virtuous paragon had always wanted the 4 statues. He followed and begged Qiye for them non-stop. Since Nine Saint made many considerable contributions as Min Ren's fate protector, often at the risk of his own life, Qiye let him borrow them for his descendants. After successfully guilting Qiye out of them, Nine Saint immediately stationed them to protect the heaven and earth veins of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. At the same time, he allowed them to use the natural energy here to further strengthen themselves. However, the two had an agreement. Unless the Nine Saint Demon Gate was on the verge of sect destruction, the statues would never take action. They were neither slaves nor servants of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, and they would not be the fate protectors of any descendant of the sect. Since the Nine Saint Demon Gate also had a monster like the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect as its backing, it grew in power without much hindrance. Later on, during the decline of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, the Nine Saint Demon Gate became an independent existence, so it didn't suffer together. Due to this, the Nine Saint Demon Gate had never faced a disaster where the statues had to mobilize. The statues were personally taken by Qiye from the land of the Old Bloods, so of course he knew how to communicate with them. This was why when he took the time to get on the shoulder of one of them, he conversed with them. If young Master Lai is willing to part with the technique, the Nine Saint Demon Gate will definitely not mistreat you. Anything young Master Lai wants, just say the word and we will assist you to the utmost of our abilities. Demon King Lun Rai had not given up. He knew the real value of the heavenly guardians. The sect would become extremely powerful if the guardians could be controlled. All of the elders eagerly waited for Qiye's answer. If one statue was able to defeat the first elder, then what would be the combined power of all 4 be? You know, there really isn't a technique. I was simply gossiping with the statues, just talking about things like home and life, that's all. Qiye answered in a playful manner with a coyish expression, acting like an innocent child. Of course, the Demon King and the elders did not believe Qiye's answer, but they couldn't do anything about it. They definitely couldn't force Qiye into giving them the technique, as they would bring upon themselves an unprecedented disaster. Seeing the king's quiet contemplation, Qiye changed his demeanor and coldly added, "However, I do need to say one thing. I need to perform a blood rite with the 4 statues." Both the Demon King and elders were shocked. This had a completely different meaning. To perform a blood rite with their heavenly guardians was comparable to a linking technique. Demon King Lun Rai frankly responded, "The 4 statues are our heavenly guardians." Qiye aloofly played with his sleeves while he answered, "They can still be your heavenly guardians. The only thing is, I might need to borrow them for certain things in the future, just for a little bit." An elder couldn't help but exclaim, "The 4 statues belong to our sect. Unless it is someone of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, no one has the rights to use them. There was no such thing as letting someone borrow your heavenly guardians. It was simply too unreasonable." Qiye glared at the elder and said, "This is not up to you. If you have a problem with it, then go cry to your guardians." Due to the promise that year, Qiye had to be patient when dealing with the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Otherwise, he would have just taken the statues and left. Demon King Lun Rai suddenly interjected to calm down the elder and Qiye. Since young Master Lai can communicate with the guardians, having them wake up and put into action isn't a bad thing. In reality, everyone here knew that the Nine Saint Demon Gate did not have a choice in this matter. Although the Nine Saint Demon Gate was powerful, it was still a bit lacking when compared to the 4 statues. Remember, when 4 individuals work together in a formation, the power increase wouldn't be additive, it would be multiplicative. If it was only one statue, then they would be able to handle it. However, with the 4 of them combined, especially when they were situated on top of the heaven and earth veins of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, the risk was too high. This is something a smart person would say. Qiye smiled and continued, Don't think that I will immediately cause trouble for the 9-Saint Demon Gate after I perform the rite with your heavenly guardians. If I wanted to, all of you wouldn't even have the opportunity to sit here. If I wanted to trample the 9-Saint Demon Gate, no one can stop my advance, not even if your patriarch rises from his grave. The elders weren't happy with Qiye's attitude, but they couldn't say anything. The juxtaposition between the elders' raging faces and Qiye's nonchalantly attitude was quite amusing. Since this is the case, young Master Li, go ahead with the blood rite. Lun Rai agreed to Qiye's demand. Although he didn't know why a mortal like Qiye could control the 4 statues, this was his only option. Qiye responded, "If your sect follows the rules, so will I. The 4 statues will remain as your heavenly guardians." After a moment of contemplation, Lun Rai started speaking again. "Young Master Li, our 9-Saint Demon Gate also has a sacred ground that no one has been able to open. Would you be interested in giving it a look?" "Your Highness, this can't happen." An elder immediately tried to stop the king. "It is fine for young Master Li to have a look." Lun Rai quickly prevented the elder from saying more. His commanding voice did not allow for negotiation. Qiye's eyes turned bright as he asked, "Are you talking about the Saint Cavern that your patriarch left behind?" He suddenly remembered an event from the past. That year, the old chicken head had once mentioned this cave to Qiye, but this was after Immortal Emperor Min Ren had received the Heaven's Will. Qiye's disposition was unstable at the time as well, so he wanted to enter deep slumber. Although he listened to the wily old chicken head story, he didn't pay attention to it. "That's correct." Qiye's knowledge of this fact rattled Lun Rai's spirit. He quickly suggested, "If young Master Li can open the Saint Cavern, we will give you considerable thanks." Qiye attempted to remember what the old chicken head once told him in the past and asserted, "I can try to open the Saint Cavern once. If I am successful, then I want to take 1 item from it, the rest can stay with your sect." This. After hearing Qiye's words, Lun Rai required some time to think. An elder spoke up, "Your Highness, this requires a careful discussion." Chapter 20. There's no need for discussion. Demon King Lun Rai commandingly asserted, "Young Master Li can take anything from the Saint Cavern provided that you can open it." "Lun Rai, you are a smart person. Find me when you are ready, I will be taking my leave." Qiye turned around and left the sky chamber. He had to, once again, unwillingly carry him on his back. After Qiye's departure, an elder couldn't help express, "Your Highness, this decision regarding the Saint Cavern feels a bit rushed." "Not necessarily." The voice of Lun Rai came again. "Since our inception, the Saint Cavern has always been isolated. No one has successfully opened the cave as of yet. This is a good opportunity for us, and it was in line with the Patriarch's will." An elder curiously inquired, "Your Highness, what about the heavenly guardians? How come we have never heard of them before? What are they, heavenly beasts or longevity spirits?" "I'm not quite sure myself." Demon King Lun Rai stated, "Our knowledge and writings regarding the heavenly guardians are quite lacking. Only the ancient scroll of the Patriarch mentions something about them. Unless we are at the brink of destruction, they will not activate by themselves. Only the sect masters are allowed to see this scroll." Another elder conveyed, "But they showed their might today." Lun Rai replied, "I do not understand it either, but if they have chosen him, they must have their own reasons for doing so. This kid, he is too scary." The first elder opened his mouth. "According to you, he went through the chaotic heart forest twice, easily. This is truly unthinkable. Now the heavenly guardians have chosen him as well. This world really isn't fair." Another elder lamented, "This is indeed an alarming fact. Ever since we came to be, we have always focused on cultivating the younger talents. Junior Leng is our strongest in terms of strength, and the princess is #1 in terms of raw aptitude. However, the heavenly guardians didn't choose them. They chose a mortal boy with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace instead. Of the numerous things in this world, we cannot understand all of them." In the end, although Lun Rai felt cheated as well, he could only acquiesce. An elder inquired, "Your Highness, if he can actually open the Saint Cavern, are we really giving him anything he wants?" An unwilling elder exclaimed, "That's right. It's rumored that in the Saint Cavern there is a big chance of an immortal emperor life treasure hiding in there. If he can actually open it, then it is the heaven's will." Lun Rai responded, "According to Elder Giant, none of us in this generation will be able to open the Saint Cavern. Qiye has done many unthinkable deeds during his short stay here, so maybe he can open the cavern." After hearing the name Elder Giant, no one dared to open their mouths. This was because no one within the sect had more power and influence than Elder Giant, including even the sect master. In the end, the king declared, "Send the order. If any disciple were to reveal what happened today, they will be heavily punished. This is an iron law." They didn't want outsiders to know too much regarding their heavenly guardians. After Li Qiye returned, his group had been moved to a different guest location. This was a place meant for the visiting rulers of kingdoms and emperors of ancient kingdoms, the highest level of hospitality and respect. This treatment made Nan Huern and Protector Mo feel afraid of receiving too much love. They understood it was because of Li Qiye that they were able to receive such a warm reception. They had many questions to ask Li Qiye, but they didn't know where to start. They were afraid of his mysterious abilities and kept staring at him like he was an ancient monster, one that had never been seen before. One thing Nan Huern did figure out was that the day when Li Qiye went up the statue's shoulder, it was in preparation for today. Say whatever you want to say. Seeing the master and disciple combo being so uncomfortable and confused, Li Qiye was very much amused while sitting in his chair. Protector Mo opened his mouth like he had something to say, but he didn't know where to start. He was a quiet person in the first place, so he gave up and just sat back down. In contrast to Protector Mo, Nan Huern was just waiting for the opportunity to speak up. He gathered up his courage and stuttered. That thing, was it successful? What thing? It was Li Qiye's turn to be confused. He had no idea what Nan Huern was implying. You know, the thing about the marrying Princess Lai. Oh, you are talking about Lai Xianxia. Li Qiye chuckled, shook his head and said, "I did not inquire about this since I do not care about it. I can't reach the apex if I were to worry about matters regarding women." Li Qiye opened his big mouth once more, leaving Nan Huern at a loss for words. Remember that Lai Xianxia was the prime descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Not only was she beautiful, she also had a king physique, king life wheel, and most importantly, a fate palace of the saint level. In the Grand Middle Territory, there were countless young geniuses that wanted to propose to Lai Xianxia, but in the end, Nan Huern realized that he should not question Li Qiye's words. His eyes turned to the serpent punishing stick instead. This regular wooden stick had beaten a Heaven's Mandate expert to the ground, leaving a deep impression in Nan Huern's mind. "Here, if you want to look at it, go ahead." Li Qiye noticed the peculiar gaze and generously threw the stick to him. Nan Huern caught it, held it carefully in his hands, and thoroughly examined it. Even Protector Mo couldn't contain himself anymore and joined in on the fun. The two analyzed it together. However, no matter what they did, the only conclusion they could arrive at was that it was only a regular stick. Nan Huern inquired, "This really is the wooden stick from the Grand Chamber, right?" "Correct." Li Qiye nodded his head. Nan Huern swallowed and daringly asked Li Qiye, "Senior, can I play around with it?" "Look at your silly self, do whatever you want to do." Li Qiye burst out laughing. Nan Huern immediately lifted the stick to the sky and started swinging it around. However, it didn't carry the same force and grace like it did in the hands of Li Qiye. "Senior, why is there such a difference between our swordplay?" Nan Huern didn't understand how this regular stick was so magical when used by Li Qiye. Li Qiye glanced at him and sincerely answered, "Truly believe and it will happen." He stopped there. He couldn't easily explain the mystical truths behind the serpent punishing techniques to other people. Chapter 21. The next day after the preparations were completed, the elders invited Qiye to the Saint Cavern. He personally became Qiye's chaperone to take him to the deepest location of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. With his strength and cultivation, even in the entirety of Old Ox Country, he would be an influential powerhouse. However, he was now the chaperone of Qiye. No one would believe this even if rumors were to be spread. At the end of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was a lone mountain, and under the mountain was a sealed cave. It was unknown how long the cave had been sealed for. This cave was covered with wild grass and mushrooms, and the front of the cave showed signs of being tested by time. This was the forbidden zone of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Only elders and above could come here. Legend states that although the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon left behind his cultivation manuals for the sect, there were still certain treasures he stored in the cave. It goes on to say that because he feared that his descendants would be weak and vain, he created the Saint Cavern so that there would always be a chance for revival should the sect be destroyed. One thing all the sect masters and elders were sure of, though, was that there existed at least one immortal emperor life treasure in there. When immortal Emperor Min Ren received the Heaven's Will, it was told that he gave the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon an immortal emperor life treasure for his accomplishments as Min Ren's fate protector. However, the descendants of the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon did not have it in their possession. This was why everyone believed that the treasure was located in the Saint Cavern. The immortal Emperor Life Treasure was a weapon that Min Ren personally created during his conquest of the 9 worlds. This life treasure was many times stronger than even a Virtuous Paragon true treasure. Although this was not an immortal Emperor true treasure, a life treasure was enough to inspire greed from everyone and anyone. There were writings engraved on the side of the cave. The characters were radiant and alive in contrast to its surroundings. Only demon under the heavens, these words exerted a powerful and majestic atmosphere. Each vivid and vibrant word had its own spirit, highlighted by the impeccable penmanship. It was as if these heavenly words were ready to pierce the heavens at any moment like a flying dragon or dancing phoenix. Tested by the vicissitudes of time, the aura of the Virtuous Paragon remained even after many moons. These words were left behind by the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon himself. The descendants of the 9 Saint Demon Gate all believed that this was the key to opening the Saint Cavern. To the left side was only demon under the heavens, but the right side was left empty. That was why the descendants believed that if they could correctly match the wordplay on the left side, the cavern could be opened. However, there were others who thought that the words "only demon under the heavens" was the real key. It hid untraceable mysterious truths. Each stroke involved supreme merit laws. As long as one could understand its meanings, they could open the cave by themselves. Both of these predictions were tested by disciples throughout the ages. There was one disciple with very high innate aptitudes in the 9 Saint Demon Gate who cultivated next to these words in order to understand the true meanings. Another time, the sect master personally went to the mortal world. He found a peerless expert of literature, hoping that this person could write a matching prose to the right. However, the cavern remained closed, despite trying all of these methods throughout the years. As for Qiye, after seeing the cavern and the words written to the left, he immediately knew how to open the cavern. However, because there were elders watching him, he couldn't immediately open it. He stepped up to the wall, moving side to side. He randomly knocked on the walls, bent down to the ground, then dejectedly shook his head as if the answer was not where he thought it was. After a while, he focused on the words "only demon under the heavens." Seeing Qiye's actions not bearing fruit made the elders restless. However, they didn't dare to say anything. They were all just holding their breaths while anxiously watching Qiye's every movement. Eventually, Qiye sat in a meditative pose in front of the cave. Time slowly passed, from morning to noon and from noon to the fall of the sun in the west. The sun reddened the sky, but Qiye remained motionless. Qiye, meditating for a whole day, made the elders lose their patience. An elder spoke to himself. Will he be successful? Is this little devil just pretending? Seeing that there was no connection between Qiye and the cave, their trust in him started to waver. Maybe his miracles with the chaotic heart forest and the 4 heavenly guardians were just that, miracles. HMMPH. Maybe he got lucky. This elder didn't actually trust what he was saying. He knew Qiye had secrets. He was only voicing his dissatisfaction of having an outsider in their sacred ground. When the elders were rambling among themselves, Qiye immediately stood up and said, "Pen and ink." After having sat here for a whole day, his butt was in agonizing pain. An elder brought him a calligraphy pen and a bottle of ink. Qiye then began to act mysteriously. He shook his head and lamented. "So that's how it is, that's how it is. The 9-saint virtuous paragon is indeed unfathomable." He then carefully dipped the pen into the ink while holding his sleeve gracefully and started writing on the right wall of the cave. "Mere chicken above the earth." He was not an expert calligrapher, so he hastily wrote these words. They contained no aura at all, in stark contrast to the words of the virtuous paragon. "Only demon under the heavens, mere chicken above the earth." The 2 lines had such conflicting meanings that they didn't mesh well together. After Qiye was finished, the elders' faces went black because these words were simply dishonoring their patriarch. Qiye's words were not worthy to be paired with the phrase, "only demon under the heavens." An elder gave a deafening roar. "How bold, to shame our 9-saint demon gate." Qiye glared at him and retorted, "You are only an ordinary cultivator. What do you know about the enigmatic meanings behind literature? You don't even know the thoughtfulness of your ancestor, yet you dare to stand there and scream. You." After hearing Qiye's response, the red-faced elder was ready to explode. Creak, creak, rumble. Rumbles could be heard as the Saint Cavern started to open. The elders rolled their eyes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. How could the words "mere chicken above the earth" open the cave? How is this possible? Qiye perched his lips and explained, "Because your patriarch was a chicken that reached the apex to become a demon. That is why I wrote those words." He naturally didn't tell them the real secret. The 9-saint virtuous paragon didn't have this name in the beginning. He used to be known as the 9-saint heavenly demon, a name of great arrogance. When the Dark Crow asked him to become a fate protector for Min Ren, he immediately refused. He praised himself as the only demon under the heavens, which was why he chose not to be under anyone. Qiye was angered since he dared to rudely refuse his invitation. Qiye beat up the virtuous paragon, forced him back to his original form, and plucked all of his feathers out of anger as he laughed. "Ha ha, mere chicken above the earth." Chapter 22. The 9-saint virtuous paragon was not only a forest chicken that successfully cultivated the Tao, he was also one of the strongest virtuous paragons in his era. At one point, he had gloriously swept through the 9 worlds. His illustrious and arrogant name spread to the 4 corners of the world. However, he still lost to Qiye in the end, and had no choice but to become the fate protector of Immortal Emperor Min Ren. "Only demon under the heavens" was the slogan of the virtuous paragon, while "mere chicken above the earth" was Qiye's line to tease him. Many generations of sect masters and geniuses of the 9-saint demon gate tried to complete the second phrase, but they had always failed. No one would have guessed that it was such a silly line. Qiye calling their patriarch an old chicken was very rude. However, if one really thought about it, it was simply the truth. Let's see if your ancestor left behind anything good. Qiye happily smiled and went into the cave, not caring about the elders. The elders regained their wits and quickly followed him in. Only one compartment was within the holy cave. Inside, dazzling lights brilliantly shone from all the treasures. There were life treasures, immortal metals, and heavenly jewels in the central area. To the right were priceless cultivation manuals and ancient scrolls. The whole room, ornamented with powerful treasures, blinded the elders. Qiye's eyes swept across the cave as he murmured, "The old chicken head's treasures are quite plentiful." The nine Saint Virtuous Paragon's reputation was well-deserved. His lifelong treasures were terrifying. An elder nearby heard him whispering and asked, "What did you say?" Qiye shook his head and replied, "Nothing, I was just talking to myself." This answer made all the elders suspiciously stare at Qiye. Even the Grand Elder thought the little boy was too mysterious. Violet Dragon Dual Sword. An elder looked at the many life treasures floating in the air and couldn't help but exclaim, Demon Extinguishing Pagoda, 9 Galaxy Spoon, Heavenly Wooden Vessel, these are all treasures that have been recorded in an ancient scroll of the sect. This is the King Mu ancient tablet. Another elder was looking at the cultivation manuals and found a startling ancient technique. At this moment, the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were dazzled. It seemed that their patriarch only left half of his treasures with the actual sect when he passed away. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. At this time, the first elder's eyes moved towards a jade table in the middle of the room. There lied an ancient sealed box, but its immortal emperor aura was still leaking outside. Even though it only revealed a strand of its power, it could be compared to the might of the high heavens. This power made them feel as if they were being pressured by all 9 skies. The aura of the heavens could be found all around it. All worldly creatures must bow down to this remnant of an immortal emperor's breath. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. The rest of the elders that finally saw the item were shaken with anticipation. This was an immortal emperor life treasure left behind by an authentic immortal emperor created by Min Ren himself. As the elders were drowning in their excitement, Qiye opened his mouth. "Don't forget, I have the right to pick the first item." These words were like throwing a bucket of cold water over all their heads. Burning red eyes were staring straight at Qiye. If he was to take this treasure, wouldn't their dreams be instantly shattered? Despite the numerous death stares, Qiye remained standing there casually. He wasn't afraid of them changing their minds. Even if all the elders were present, he would still act the same. In the end, the first elder took a deep breath and stated, "Our 9 Saint Demon Gate will do what we say. If the king has made an agreement with you, we will definitely not eat our words." After he was done, his mouth felt bitter with regret. This was an immortal emperor life treasure, but he couldn't go back on his sect master's decision. "It seems that you lot are still quite honorable." Qiye was as calm as a tranquil well as he slowly spoke. "I actually do appreciate your king, Lun Rai." These arrogant words made the elders speechless. Their king was a peerless hero. His whole life was filled with numerous achievements not only in the Grand Middle Territory, but the whole mortal emperor world. However, here was a 13-year-old boy running his mouth. He even dared to say that he appreciated Demon King Lun Rai. If outsiders were to hear this, they would laugh until their teeth fell off. However, this wasn't the first time the elders heard Qiye say something outrageous, so what could they do outside of staying silent? Clap, clap, clap. Qiye clapped his hands 3 times and a mysterious ancient box from a cabinet immediately flew into his hands. Qiye glared at the elders and stored the box in his shirt before saying, "It is only an immortal emperor life treasure. There's no need to be so alarmed." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. The elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were shocked due to 2 reasons. The first was because Qiye only clapped his hands 3 times for the ancient box to fly into his hands. This event was very strange. It also happened far too quickly. They couldn't do anything but watch and be curious about what was inside the box. Second, in the mouth of Qiye, an immortal emperor life treasure was something unimportant. This was an immortal emperor life treasure. Everyone knew what this represented, but in the mouth of Qiye, this type of treasure was akin to clouds in the sky. As the elders were still adjusting to the event that just transpired, Qiye had already left the cave. The elders quickly counted all the treasures and began preparing them to be stored in the 9 Saint Demon Gate. It took 3 days for them to accomplish the task. He, once again, had to carry Qiye on his back. However, he was no longer ashamed or angry this time. He knew how important Qiye was to the sect. In the sky chamber, all the elders were present. Only Demon King Lun Rai wasn't there in person. When Qiye sat in his chair, Lun Rai's voice appeared in the chamber. "I am still in the midst of my isolated meditation. It is truly unfortunate that I cannot meet you." Although powerful and influential, Demon King Lun Rai was very courteous towards this 13-year-old boy. Qiye calmly answered, "We still have a lot of time, there's no need to rush." Demon King Lun Rai was silent for a moment, then he requested, "Young Master Lai, would you be willing to stay at the Nine Saint Demon Gate? Whatever the cleansing incense ancient sect can offer you, we can do the same." The elders were not surprised by their king's words. It was as if they had already discussed this situation. This proposition made Qiye contemplate for some time. The Nine Saint Demon Gate definitely had a huge advantage over the cleansing incense ancient sect, many times over even. Any cultivator, especially the younger ones, would pick the Nine Saint Demon Gate without a doubt. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have a fateful connection with the cleansing incense ancient sect. Since I am currently the prime disciple, I will forever be a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect." Qiye had too many emotional attachments to the cleansing incense ancient sect, even if he didn't like all the sect masters, especially Min Ren's first disciple. This was why, after Immortal Emperor Min Ren passed away, he never returned to the sect. The key factor for his decision was that he wanted to rebuild the cleansing incense ancient sect. If he didn't choose the Heaven Protector Palace, then it was even more unlikely that he would choose the Nine Saint Demon Gate. An elder was unhappy with the response and coldly exclaimed, "HMMPH, it's only the cleansing incense ancient sect. How can it compare to out Nine Saint Demon Gate?" Many people wanted to join the Nine Saint Demon Gate since it was the most powerful sect in the old Ox country. However, Qiye had rejected the Demon King's personal invitation. This was not giving them any face. Qiye smirked before responding, "A true peerless master will not care whether a sect is strong or weak. The apex does not care whether one comes from peasantry or royalty." This answer made the elder bite his tongue because it was an incredibly natural response, yet it contained confidence and strength. Everyone stared at this 13-year-old boy who just spoke a line that contained the wisdom and willpower required for one to reach the apex. Chapter 23. Seeing that the elders were still contemplating about his words, Qiye softly spoke, "If the business here is concluded, then let your prime descendant come out and meet me. No matter how heaven-defying a genius is, they have nothing to brag about in front of me." This 13-year-old boy kept saying outrageous things. However, it seemed natural when it was he who was the one speaking like it was a matter of fact. Demon King Lun Rai gave his heavenly order, "Xianxia, come out and meet young Master Lai." When prime descendant Lai Xianxia appeared in the sky chamber, her beauty brightened the place. A peerless beauty in this generation that people could not stop offering praises to. This was a girl around the age of 18. Her features resembled a masterpiece painting. Her thinly plucked eyebrows were arched perfectly around her shining crescent eyes. Her charming little crimson lips accentuated her alluring face. However, her expression was as cold as ice, and arrogance could be contrived from the aura between her eyebrows and her pure white robe. Lai Xianxia was the prime descendant of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, as well as the #1 beauty in Old Ox Country. Not only that, her aptitude and cultivation level match her peerless looks as well. Such a child blessed by the heavens, it would be natural for her not wanting to be wed to a person that only had a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. Plus, the cleansing incense ancient sect had already gone downhill. His position as the prime disciple was meaningless. Qiye wasn't overly surprised by the peerless beauty and pride-worthy talents of Lai Xianxia. As he floated through the endless currents of time, he had seen many beauties. When it came to talents and beauty, how many women could compare to Immortal Emperor Zhu Shu and Immortal Emperor Bing Yu? After taking a close look at Lai Xuanyan, Qiye nodded his head. Not too bad. Lai Xuanyan had a favorable opinion of Qiye after his first sentence, but the second enraged her. Qiye continued his thought. She is still a bit lacking to be my wife. Saint Fate Palace is also moderately acceptable. I am currently lacking a sword maid. You can be my sword maid then. You? Not only Lai Xuanyan but the elders were enraged as well. Lai Xuanyan was not only the prime descendant, but she was also their pride. The whole 9 Saint Demon Gate put their hopes onto her. However, today, Qiye dared to arrogantly announce that he wanted her to be his sword slave. This was a complete slap to the face for them. Not waiting for their retorts, Qiye slowly continued. I don't like to force anyone. Think over it carefully. If you agree, then you can find me at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. He stopped and stared at Lai Xuanyan. After hearing his words, she was shakingly maddened. Everywhere she went, she was the moon surrounded by the stars. Young geniuses that wanted to marry her could form a waiting line from the east to the west of Old Ox Country. However, right now, a boy that had not grown hair dared to presumptuously ask her to be his sword maid. The boy looks very cute on the outside, but in Lai Xuanyan's eyes, he was extremely unlikable. The elders exclaimed, "You are being too arrogant. A descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was only worthy of being a sword maid." The boy was clearly trying to humiliate the 9 Saint Demon Gate. It is up to you to take a chance. I have given you the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your fate. Qiye ignored the elders, took one last glance at Lai Xuanyan, and then left. Lai Xuanyan's icy expression was overtaken by red anger, and her milky breasts bounced from heavy breathing. She had met many arrogant people, but someone like Qiye was the first. The worst thing was that he was only 13. She was 5 years older than him, yet he dared to act that way in front of her. People say children are cute, but Qiye was anything but cute in Lai Xuanyan's eyes. Your Highness, he dared to disrespect us like this. We can't easily forgive him. An elder raged indignantly. Demon King Lun Rai quietly answered, "A true dragon will fly to the 9 heavens. A godly phoenix will sweep the 9 worlds. A dragon or a phoenix, my eyes are eager to see." After coming back to his guest house, Nan Huern quickly ran over and asked, "Senior, how is your marriage with Princess Lai?" Protector Mo was also curious. He also knew that the 9 Saint Demon Gate highly valued Qiye. There was a high chance that this arranged marriage would be successful. Today, when the 9 Saint Demon Gate formally invited Qiye, he thought chances were that they wanted to talk about the marriage. What marriage? Qiye stared at Nan Huern and said, "I never said I was going to marry her. If she was willing, I would take her in as a maid." My. Maid, Nan Huern started stuttering. Qiye's words had shocked him. You were truly confused. If this was before, he would be reprimanding Qiye. However, now, when he was standing in front of him, he felt that his position was naturally lower. Protector Mo didn't dare to scold him from the perspective of a senior. She is only a girl, no need to be so terrified. Qiye essentially didn't mind. Lai Xuanyan was indeed worthy of his tutelage. However, when compared to Immortal Emperor Bing Yu, she was quite lacking. Afterward, Qiye had finally completed his blood rite with the 4 statues. With this done, this trip had been a complete success, so he wanted to return to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. During this time, the elders did not show their face, same for Lai Xuanyan. Qiye did not really care for what they were planning. If we return, what do we report on this? Before the departure, Protector Mo hesitantly asked Qiye. Qiye glanced back and smiled. This depends on your choice. Do you want to be on my side or the elders? These were simple words, but they scared Protector Mo. He was not a dumb person. To become a protector, he had to surpass many difficulties and encounters. Nan Huern couldn't help but stare at his master. He was even more wily than Protector Mo, and he knew how to pick the opportunity and read people's intentions. Their positions in the cleansing incense ancient sect couldn't be considered low. One was a hall master, and the other was one of the 12 protectors. Protector Mo was only below the elders and the sect master. If he was to join a new disciple, anyone would say that was an unwise decision. Protector Mo hadn't responded yet, but Nan Huern saw the light in this moment. He saw a new door opening right in front of him. Master, Nan Huern took a deep breath and reminded Protector Mo. Protector Mo's heart was swaying. As his master, how could he not know what his disciples' thoughts were? However, this was such an unbelievable story. He, as a protector, having to be under the command of a new disciple. This was crazy. Whatever you say, I will immediately do just that. In the end, Protector Mo, heavily so, made the most important decision of his life at that moment, one that would carry special significance. Protector Mo thought he was becoming senile. He couldn't believe he had just become an underling to a new disciple. Not only that, he had to hide the many events that had happened recently. Chapter 24. If this was brought to light, it would be an act of traitorous treason against the sect. Only a crazy person or a fool would do such a thing. Protector Mo felt like he belonged to one of those two groups. However, his intuition told him that in the future, they would have unlimited potential if they were to follow this 13-year-old boy. However, in the end, this was only based on intuition. Nan Huern's heart was startled as well. This was a very significant life choice, and his master had already chosen his destiny. Nan Huern knew what his answer would be. With just one word from Senior, and I will jump through any fire and water without hesitation. Nan Huern said in an utmost and serious manner after heavy inhaling. Before, when he called Qiye Senior, it had a different meaning. It was because it was part of the sect's custom. Now, the word senior had a different connotation. A 13-year-old almost turned the 9-saint demon gate upside down. He dared to underestimate the elders that were crowned royal nobles, and he was able to speak calmly in front of the demon king. Other people would think Qiye was too arrogant, or he did not know his own strength. However, that was because they did not see him traversing the chaotic heart forest and killing Protector Qiye and his disciple. Nan Huern understood that other people's perception of Qiye was completely inaccurate. Qiye, as the prime disciple of cleansing incense ancient sect, dared to kill a protector and asked for the 9-saint demon gate's princess to be a maid. He had already planned everything before stepping into the 9-saint demon gate, knowing that he could walk out unscathed. Nan Huern was very smart, and he thought about it carefully. Even if he tried his hardest his whole life, his peak would be becoming an elder for the cleansing incense ancient sect. Maybe Qiye's appearance would change his destiny. Seeing these two join his ranks, Qiye nodded his head and boldly announced, "One day, you too will understand how wise of a decision you have made today. What should we report when we return to the sect?" Protector Mo prudently asked. The events linked to the trial and marriage have too much significance. He did not know what was okay to say. Qiye smiled at Protector Mo and answered, "If Elder Yun wants to speak with you, then in my opinion, you should do the following." What Qiye told him to do made Protector Mo feel uneasy. Before their departure, the first elder of the 9-saint demon gate had met him and asked that the story regarding the heavenly guardians be kept a secret. At that moment, Protector Mo had not agreed to the request. "I understand." Protector Mo knew what he should and shouldn't say as long as the chosen rhetoric benefited him and Qiye. Finally, the three of them left the 9-saint demon gate. Grand Protector Yu he personally went to see them off. In recent times, no one from the cleansing incense ancient sect had ever received such an honor. The gateway was opened, and the portal between the cleansing incense ancient sect and 9-saint demon gate activated. Finally, the group of three had returned home. After leaving the temple, they took a deep breath and basked in the heavenly spirits of the cleansing incense ancient sect. They thought about the events that transpired and felt like they had just woken up from a dream. Returning to the cleansing incense ancient sect. As the one who was leading the trip for the trial between the two sects, Protector Mo immediately went to meet the 6 elders to give his report. Qiye went back to his mountain peak. Qiye stood quietly on top of his peak, overlooking the entirety of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He remembered when Immortal Emperor Min Ren was still alive. The area of the sect spanned 1,000,000 miles, and its refined energy was as expansive as the ocean. Now, not only had the area governed by the cleansing incense ancient sect decreased, but its refined energy from the surroundings was slowly drying. Anyone standing in this land would feel that the world essence of the sect had become very thin. Today, the cleansing incense ancient sect was like a flickering candle in the wind, or an elderly man that could meet his end at any moment. Qiye sighed in his heart. He did not pick the Heaven Protector City or the War God Temple, not even the 9 Saint Demon Gate. He ultimately chose the ever-declining cleansing incense ancient sect. As aforementioned, he did not like the previous sect masters of the cleansing incense ancient sect. That year, he hoped that Min Ren would pick a different disciple to become the next sect master, even when this disciple's talents were not as strong as the first disciple. Qiye valued him greatly for his character instead. Unfortunately, after he woke up from his deep slumber, he found that the first disciple had become the new sect master and proclaimed his sect to be the traditional orthodox sect. Qiye had never liked the type of people who considered themselves as the only ones who were orthodox, which was why he had never returned to the cleansing incense ancient sect or cared about its ups and downs. However, in this era, where he had regained his true body, it was fateful that the first person he met was Old Devil from the cleansing incense ancient sect. Qiye had single-handedly taught Min Ren. In a sense, he was the true creator of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He was confident that he could reignite its old glory. One day, the cleansing incense ancient sect under his command would sweep through the heavens and earth, reigning over the 9 worlds. Qiye was so lost in his thoughts that he did not notice Nan Huern's arrival. "Senior, the elders wish to see you." Nan Huern waited until Qiye was finished contemplating before he spoke. Qiye slightly nodded his head and followed Nan Huern into the grand chamber. The 6 elders had gathered there beforehand, and all of them had their eyes set on Qiye. The atmosphere in the grand chamber suddenly became strangely dignified and calm. Everyone had their own thoughts. The 6 elders previously had heard Protector Mo's report on the events regarding the trials, but Protector Mo did not reveal everything. He concentrated on Qiye's passing through the chaotic heart forest. He purposely left the fight with Zhu Hui intentionally vague. He did not mention the serpent punishing stick, or Qiye's control of the 4 heavenly guardians. In the end, he even concluded that Qiye's victory over Zhu Hui was pure luck. "You have successfully passed the trial." The first elder formally asked Liqiye. The truth was, the 6 elders did not have any confidence regarding this arranged marriage, but the impossible had happened. Qiye passed the trial, but the more surprising detail was that he could go through the chaotic heart forest. Qiye ignored the serious atmosphere in the chamber and exclaimed, "Honorable elder, that is right. It seems like I should be getting the rewards promised to me, yes. Of course there will be rewards, but I need you to explain one thing." First elder inquired, "From what I've heard, Zhu Hui was a renowned young disciple from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. His cultivation was the same as a sectional leader in our sect. You just joined our sect and had never cultivated before. How did you manage to defeat him?" "Honorable elder, merit laws are complex. Martial arts are simple. I practiced the invisible dual blade technique in a strange manner. As long as the opponent revealed a weakness in their defense, he will immediately receive a death blow. When it comes to a life and death battle, the brave person will win." Qiye calmly answered. "Nonsense." An elder named Qiang suddenly yelled and coldly continued. "A mortal proclaiming that he had killed a Heaven's Mandate cultivator through sheer techniques is ridiculous." This elder Qiye before had supported Qiye. However, today, he spoke coldly, and he was even unhappy. The before and after was like the sky against the depths. Qiye looked at elder Qiye and spoke slowly. "Dear elder, I had only spoken the truth. What other people can't do does not mean that I can't as well." He then looked at the remaining elders in the room. "Dear elders, today, I am a hero from the cleansing incense ancient sect. If the elders truly think that I had cheated in some way, then you guys can question the people who saw it with their own eyes, people like Protector Mo or the people of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. All of the elders know in your hearts that this trip to the 9 Saint Demon Gate was dangerously ominous. By going to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, we were essentially going to our own demise. However, because of the cleansing incense ancient sect's reputation, even if I were to lose my life, I would have done the same again. Today, I come back as a hero. What is the reasoning behind your suspicions of me? This is how you treat a hero. If this is the reality, then the people's hearts will become cold, who will want to sacrifice themselves for the sect anymore." Qiye paused a moment and then he went on. "Before our departure, we had an agreement. Do you honorable elders wish to retract your words? If that is the case, then I can only say my joining of this sect was a mistake. Our cleansing incense ancient act is of immortal emperor lineage for many era. If the elders are not true to their words, then how can we remain trustworthy as a sect? Whether our sect is trustworthy or not, it is not up to you to comment." An elder loudly yelled. Qiye ignored the reaction of this elder and kept going on. "I risked my life going into the 9 Saint Demon Gate and came out with a complete success. If the elders carried out the promise from that day without accusing me of lying, I would not be criticizing. Otherwise, I will cry unfair because the success of this trip was potentially traded with my life." Finished speaking, Qiye coldly glared at the 6 elders. "You have said too much." At this moment, an elder coughed. His expression contained a little bit of shame. The first elder started speaking. "Qiye, it is not that we wanted to berate you. The thing is, this whole thing is just a little strange. Let's set aside the Zhu Hui thing. I want to hear how you successfully passed the chaotic heart forest." The first elder's eyes brightened up and stared at Qiye as if he wanted to see through the little boy. Chapter 25. Right now, not only just the first elder, but the rest were also trying to read Qiye's mind. If killing Zhu Hui could be attributed to luck, then it was also due to his arrogance that Qiye was able to sneak an attack on him. Fate was unpredictable, and a person could be lucky sometimes. However, the chaotic heart forest was not like that at all. The 6 elders were aware that during the last 100,000 years, no one from the young generation had successfully passed through all of the levels, unless that person was of the virtuous paragon level. Being pressured by the 6 elders' gazes, Protector Mo and Nan Huern were sweating in place of Qiye. Honorable elders, the chaotic heart forest was meant as a way to test the minds of those who have entered. It can't be considered a cultivation strength test. As long as one's spiritual willpower is enough, then he can cross through the whole forest. It has nothing to do with one's cultivation. Qiye responded to the first elder's question. "HMMPH, your mortal spiritual willpower is stronger than a royal noble's." Elder Qiye unhappily exclaimed. Qiye furrowed his brows and said, "Elder, spiritual power has nothing to do with cultivation strength. A high cultivation achievement does not equate to strong willpower. Throughout the ages, plenty of enlightened beings and heavenly kings, due to their unstable willpower, have suffered a pitiful death from Qiye deviation. This thing, who doesn't know how high the sky is or the vastness of the earth? A person like you dares to criticize enlightened beings and heavenly kings." Elder Qiye quietly spoke. Qiye impatiently said, "I've only spoken the truth. If the elders want to keep on thinking that I am lying, then you can go to the 9 Saint Demon Gate and verify the truth." Seeing Qiye losing his patience, Elder Qiye rolled his eyes and a storm was about to brew, but the first elder coughed and interjected. We'll let this go as well. How about your marriage with Princess Lai? Even though they weren't content with his explanations regarding Zhu Hui and the chaotic heart forest, the most important thing was the marriage. The cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9-saint demon gate needed to be in laws. The cleansing incense ancient sect needed a strong backing like 9-saint demon gate. This matter you will have to ask the 9-saint demon gate. It is not my decision. Qiye no longer wanted to continue this conversation, and he abruptly answered. The discussion concludes here. The first elder had no choice but to give up. They couldn't force Lai Xianxia to marry Qiye. They lacked the strength to negotiate with the 9-saint demon gate. The first elder continued, "You have done a great deed for the sect. According to our prior agreement, anything that was promised will be given to you." Brother Gu. Elder Xing wanted to interject, but the first elder softly gestured with his sleeves, telling Elder Xing to be quiet. The first elder stared at Qiye and continued, "First, once you have reached the stage of physique accumulation, we will grant you a king-grade medicinal paste. Second, for physique, life wheel, and fate palace techniques, you will get to pick one cultivation method for each of the three. Of course, you can also pick different techniques, but you may pick no more than 3 manuals. Are you satisfied with this?" "That is fine, however, I still have one more request." Qiye nodded his head. The first elder responded, "You may tell us." "I still need a weapon, so I want to pick a life treasure or a true treasure," Qiye replied. The first elder agreed. "Fine. From the life treasures, true treasures, and life wheel treasures below the 3rd floor, you can pick any of them." "My gratitude, elder." Qiye respectfully gestured his hands and then turned around to leave. "Huern, you go with Qiye." The first elder commanded Nan Huern after Qiye had left. After Qiye's departure, Elder Xing proclaimed, "Brother Gu, I'm afraid this boy is problematic. He might be a spy sent from the 9-saint demon gate." "How can you say that, Brother Cao Xing?" A different elder slowly shook his head and disagreed. "Personally, I don't think that is the case. The 9-saint demon gate currently is many times stronger than we are. They are reigning over the old Ox country and are already a gigantic monster. Why would they need to have a spy in our sect?" Brother Sun speaks with reason. An elder agreed. "The 9-saint demon gate has no need to be devious against us." "That is not for certain. Maybe the 9-saint demon gate covets our emperor merit laws, or even our heavens will merit laws." Elder Xing spoke with a grave manner. After hearing these words, the rest of the 5 elders stared at each other. "I don't think that would be necessary." Fourth elder Sun shook his head and said, "Qiye had the cleansing incense ancient order. If he wanted our emperor merit laws, he only needed to open his mouth and we couldn't say no." "Take a step back. If the 9-saint demon gate truly wanted our emperor merit laws, who here could stop Demon King Lun Rai in our sect?" This resonated with the rest of the elders, and they contemplated silently. If the 9-saint demon gate truly wanted the emperor merit laws, then they could annihilate all of the cleansing incense ancient sect. If Demon King Lun Rai personally took action, no one in the sect could stop him. In reality, even the elders of the 9-saint demon gate would have been enough. In the end, Elder Xing quietly stated, "Brother Gu, I feel like we cannot be careless. Precautions are necessary. This has to be reported to the sect master." The first elder formally announced. He didn't show his feelings regarding the topic. "So be it." Elder Xing slightly scowled. His voice contained unfavorable opinions regarding the sect master. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "The elders think you are a spy from the 9-saint demon gate." After leaving the chamber, Nan Huern whispered to Qiye. He was a sharp person. His best discipline was predicting the thoughts of other people. Of course, he knew what the 6 elders were thinking. They can think whatever they want. Qiye only smiled. The cleansing incense ancient sect's weakening was not without reasons. Although the 6 are elders, their cultivation couldn't be higher than royal nobles. More importantly, they couldn't work independently and make decisive decisions. Regarding this topic, Qiye asked, "What about Elder Xing?" That day, when he wanted to be the prime disciple, Elder Qiye was supporting him. However, his behavior today was contrasting the past. Be careful of Elder Qiye. Nan Huan looked left and right, then he whispered. Second Elder Cao Qiye was competing for the sect master position with the current sect master, but he failed. Later on, he wanted his disciple, liqiye, to become the prime disciple, but he was rejected by the sect master. Regarding the sect master position, he had always wanted it. Even if he couldn't climb to the position, he would wish for his disciple to become the sect master. Plus, Cao Qiye's backing included the guest masters. I understand. If I was a piece of trash, then I couldn't become the sect master, even if I were the prime disciple. If I have relations with Lai Xuanyan, then it is another matter. Qiye understood Elder Qiye's contrasting intentions. Nan Huan nodded his head and added, Elder Qiye has always paid attention to the sect master. He feared that the sect master would take in a genius prime disciple. Due to the prime disciple seat having always been empty, he had discussed with the elders numerous times about promoting liqiye. However, the sect master has always declined. Well, where is the sect master? Qiye felt it was strange that after him joining the sect, he had never met the sect master, Su Yangwang. Nan Huan didn't know the answer. Sect master had never stayed within the sect. She had always cultivated outside. In reality, I've only met her a couple of times. Nan Huan started whispering because he saw people nearby. There is a rumor within the sect. It is that sect master was forced to leave by the elders. No one knew the specifics. In short, when the sect master left the sect, she also brought along some protectors and leaders as well. Qiye stroked his chin and conjectured. From this, it seems like there are a lot of internal fighting within the cleansing incense ancient sect. It appears that the current situation of the sect is a lot more complicated than I first thought. Some say there are 4 factions. Nan Huan answered. There are a number of protectors and leaders with the sect master. Some leaders are with Elder Qiye, and they hope that Elder Qiye will become the sect master. Another group belongs to the first elder, while the remaining 4 elders have always been neutral. The first elder also wants to be the sect master. Qiye inquired. Nan Huan shook his head. No one knows what the first elder is thinking. He had not supported the sect master completely, but he also had never competed for the role. However, his influence is great in the sect. He controls the disciplinary squad in the sect and is very strict. Thus, the majority of the disciples are scared of him. From Nan Huan's words, Qiye had a grasp of the current situation of the sect. Thinking about it, Qiye lightly chuckled and did not speak on it anymore. Heavenly Crow Peak was an important location of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Some even said that it was a forbidden ground. Without permission from the sect master or the elders, no disciple could enter the peak. Also, the Heavenly Crow Peak was the highest mountain in all of the sect. On top of it was a triangular old building. In here lies all the manuals, techniques, life treasures, jewels, metals, and everything valuable of the sect. The mountain was heavily fortified. There were patrols every 3 steps as well as a defense post every 5. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to get through. The entirety of the peak was also protected by the elite disciples and 2 rotating elders of the sect. To the cleansing incense ancient sect, the Heavenly Crow Peak was too important. The most valuable things of the sect were all located on this mountain. In addition, there was also a legend regarding the Heavenly Crow Peak. It was said that before Immortal Emperor Min Ren's ascension, he was blessed by the will of the heavens. The heavens sent him a godly crow from the sky. It arrived at the top of this peak, and Min Ren was taught by this crow. This was why the cleansing incense ancient sect was situated on this mountain.